touched the screen and it went to this,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
There, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sore.
So does red mean it's on or something green?
Tyler, I have space at free in less than an hour. I don't have time.
You know. Are they on? Are the mics on?
It's 11. Call this meeting of the National Executive Committee meeting to order. Please stand, join me in a salute to the colors of our nation by the numbers. 1, 2. Please uncover. Call on National Chaplain Edward L. Harris of Indiana for the invocation and POW MIA remembrance ceremony.
Dear God, thank you for this day, and thank you for allowing us to be a part of this day. We are here once again because you have allowed us to be. Bless those of our comrades who have transferred on to post-everlasting since we last met. Those comrades who were presenting to us during this session, go with them, stand by them and fill them with the information that is necessary for us to receive. Bless our sick, our infirm, and our bereaved. All this we ask in your name. Amen.
Next is
Resolution 288, adopted at the 67th Annual National Convention, requires the designation of a POW-MIA chair at all official meetings of the American Legion. This is a symbol of the thousands of American POWs and MIAs still unaccounted for from all wars and conflicts involving our nation. With the POW-MIA flag positioned to my left, let it serve as a reminder for all of us to spare no efforts in securing the release of any American prisoners, the repatriation of the remains of those who have been killed in action, and a full accounting of those who are still missing. Let us rededicate ourselves to this vital endeavor.
Next is National Sergeant at Arms David S. Shore of North Carolina to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the preamble.
Please rise and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance to our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God and country. We associate ourselves together for the following purposes:
to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America,
to maintain law and order,
to foster and perpetuate a 100% Americanism,
to preserve the memories and incidents of our associations in all wars,
to inculcate a sense of individual obligation to the community, state, and nation,
to combat the autocracy of both the classes and the masses,
to make right the master of might,
to promote peace and goodwill on earth,
to safeguard and transmit to posterity the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy,
to consecrate and sanctify our comradeship
by our devotion to mutual helpfulness.
Please be seated. Now call on National Adjutant Daniel S. Wheeler of Virginia for the roll call.
Okay. Mr. Commander, we have a quorum, but I want to call the names of several who have not checked in yet, see if they've checked in. District of Columbia, George Roundtree. Connecticut, D. Joseph Jackson. Mississippi, Steve Sweet. Does Nevada have a alternate? She is on? You have that, Brian Gold? Okay. Tennessee, David Alexander. Mr. Commander, that completes the roll call. There is a quorum.
There is a quorum. The next order of business is the acceptance of the meeting's agenda.
Mr. Commander, I move the agenda for this meeting be accepted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve today's agenda. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries by unanimous consent. We will now have the reading of the minutes from our previous meetings to include the 2020 fall meetings and the November 17th, 2020 meeting.
Commander, I move that the minutes be approved without being read since they have been printed and distributed in digest form.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes without being read since they have been printed in digest form. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the disposal of letters or communication. Mr. Adjutant, do we have any letters or communication?
No, Mr. Commander, there are no letters or communications.
Next item of business will be reports of national officers. Before I begin my report, I would like to announce that I just met this morning, about an hour ago, with the United States National Security Council to discuss the visa program for Afghan interpreters. The meeting went very well, and we look forward to working with the White House on this important issue. Well, good morning, national officers, past national commanders, members of the NEC, and all our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. This phrase, so familiar to race fans, now has some added significance to the American Legion. It can also be a metaphor for all the great service that the American Legion will continue to provide in communities throughout the nation. But first, let's talk about our race team. The American Legion car is being driven by two of the best, a past Indy 500 winner and one of the all-time NASCAR greats. That is what the Canassie team brings to the table, experience and respect. It reminds me of a certain veterans organization, whether it's the greatest spectacle in racing, the Indy 500, or another NTT IndyCar race. The number 48 car will not only be racing for the American Legion, but for all the veterans, families, and young people who benefit from our programs and services. There will be racing for all of the posts that stood up while society shut down during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I truly believe that we are at the 400-mile point of this national health emergency that has already taken more than 500,000 Americans. Overcoming that final 100 miles will still be a great challenge, one that becomes less daunting every time an American receives a coronavirus vaccine. I've taken mine, and I hope that all of you have as well. I believe we will be in for a true celebration when we gather at our national youth programs this summer and meet in Phoenix for our national convention. But we need to be safe and smart about it. Even those who haven't been infected with COVID-19 have also been impacted health-wise. A recent survey revealed that 61% of American adults reported a weight gain as a result of the pandemic. Fortunately, the American Legion has about 100 solutions for this weight gain. If you haven't registered for our 100 Miles for Hope Challenge, please do so. There are 55 departments represented at this meeting, but think of all the cumulative weight that could be lost, cardiovascular disease that could be prevented, and general health benefits that would occur if we can convince the majority of our American Legion family members and friends to join us in this effort. Nobody's being asked to run a marathon. If you visit our website, you will see there are probably 1,000 different activities that you can choose from. Even riding a motorcycle can count. Besides getting in shape, we should remember its true purpose, which is to support our Veterans and Children's Foundation. That's 2 of our 4 pillars just in the title of one program. In October, this body passed what I believe is a historic resolution. You call for Americans to take a new direction in the global war on terrorism. We believe in a forever GI Bill, but not a forever war. The United States Constitution grants Congress the authority to declare war. We fully believe that America had to strike back hard against terrorism after the 9/11 attacks, but also that the authorization for use of military force should not be an open-ended document lasting forever. An imminent threat is not the same as a permanent threat. The American Legion will always support our country's right to defend itself, but we also believe it's time to start bringing our troops home from these endless wars. We must not forget our allies, especially the interpreters who risked their lives assisting U.S. troops with their mission. The State Department must up its game in the processing of special immigrant visas for these heroes, or many of them will surely die. And as our troops come home, it's even more important for Congress and the White House to ensure that all of their health issues are addressed. The American Legion was instrumental in the awarding of Agent Orange-related benefits to our Vietnam War veterans. But the toxic exposure doesn't end there. Water at Camp Lejeune, open-air burn pits, contaminants at a far-off base called K2, and environmental hazards have taken their toll on the health of military members, veterans, and families. People are dying from these exposures. It's time for Congress to pass the Toxic Exposure in the American Military Act. The American Legion fought tirelessly over decades for our Vietnam veterans to receive the benefits that many have died waiting to receive. We must fight just as hard for our current generations of heroes. We've all heard young veterans ask us, "What's in it for me, American Legion?" They don't have to listen to us. Watch us instead. Watch us fight hard for their benefits and well-being. Watch us organize virtual job fairs. Watch us support and provide temporary financial assistance to families during times of need. Watch our National Emergency Fund provide a lifeline to victims of natural disasters. Watch us check on veterans and their buddies, not to sign them up as members, but to simply say, "We're here, tell us how we can help." Action matters, and I've seen plenty of posts providing extremely vital service to communities that are truly hurting because of this pandemic. My department visits have picked up somewhat over the last few months. I totally understand why some departments have canceled. Safety is of the utmost importance, and there are lots of logistics involved with hosting a national commander's visit. The departments that have been able to visit have been magnificent hosts. The truth is that the COVID situation varies greatly from state to state. The response American Legion departments and posts around the world have had toward the pandemic has been nothing short of inspirational. Blood drives, virtual job fairs, buddy checks, vaccination site, release centers. I simply can't do it justice. If you want a documented history of the American Legion response to the pandemic, I highly recommend the COVID Operations Bookazine, now available through Emblem Sales. There are simply too many stories for me to mention here, but since all 55 departments are represented here today, I want to thank each and every one of you for your response and service to your own communities. Some may be curious as to the rationale behind this meeting being virtual. Large indoor gatherings are still discouraged in Indiana, and the travel requirements for many of you to get here would put you at some unnecessary risk. We're not back to normal yet, but we do know that young people are some of the least vulnerable to COVID-19 and that outdoor activities can be conducted with reasonable safety. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, and I am truly looking forward to the return of many of our national youth programs. We may not yet be in the final lap of the race to end this horrible pandemic. We may still have a few more pit stops on the way, but our engines are strong. The history of America's response to COVID-19 is still being written. Even so, I'm convinced that in the end, the American Legion and perhaps even car number 48 will be speeding under a checkered flag and gather with other heroes in the winner's circle. Thank you, and let's have a great meeting.
Commander, motion to receive and file the report of the National Commander.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to receive and file the report of the National Commander. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Chair would like to recognize National Historian James A. Mariner of New Mexico for his report.
National Commander Oxford, National Officers, National Executive Committee members, alternate National Executive Committee members, past National Commanders, American Legion family members, and distinguished guests. As our communities, state, and nation are beginning to open again, lifting restrictions due to COVID-19, it reminds us of the words of Woody Guthrie, "This land is your land, this land is my land," and Bob Dylan, "The times they are changing as we move into the more electronic age." Posts worldwide are helping with the COVID-19 pandemic efforts in their communities and having meetings electronically and in person with COVID-19 protocols. Our youth programs are beginning to open again for in-person events where we were still meeting virtually during the keeping safe restrictions. Our National Association of Department Historians of the American Legion, referred to as NADAL, had our first ever virtual pre-event test meeting on Saturday, April 10th, 2021 at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and our actual NADAL meeting on Saturday, April 17th, 2021 at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. NADAL membership is open to department historians, past department historians, national historians, and past national historians. For our pre-event test meeting, we had 4 NADAL officers or committee members, 4 national historians, and our past national commander, Denise Rowan. For our actual NADAL meeting, we had 5 NADAL officers or committee members to include 1 written report, 5 department historians, 7 past national historians, and past national commander Brett Redstadt. Names are important as our future members looking at our history books might recognize a relative in a photo, but cannot verify if the names are not listed. With virtual meetings, our IT department has the names of the attendees and the recorded meetings. Our NADAL President, Robin Shingleton of West Virginia, presided over our first virtual NADAL meeting, where we are looking forward to meeting in person as NADAL. Initially, we had postponed our NADAL meeting from our traditional fall NEC meeting in 2020 to the spring NEC meeting of 2021, where we held our virtual NADAL meeting and our 2019-2020 National History Book Contest, with 17 certification forms being turned in, where certificates of appreciation for for posts and departments that were able to hold department history book contests will be mailed to the departments to be presented. We are looking forward to our in-person NADAL meeting 2021-2020 National History Book Contest to include education and training of new department historians at our fall NEC meeting in October 2021, where we will also hold NADAL election of officers. For years in NADAL, it has been brought up to add a history book electronic national contest. Our National Library does not have the resources to judge electronic national history book entries, and the electronic format guidelines and electronic judging guidelines have not been developed at this time. Our NADAL has two committees working on electronic history books and electronic judging in this new time of change. Currently, we will still use the traditional hard copy that we have used for many years, where we will continue preserving, recording with research and verification in the printed traditional form in our officer's guide for any future national disasters or worldwide pandemics until we can test and work out any problems with the electronic history books and judging. Our American Legion members continue to work with our communities, state, and nation worldwide before, during, and after any national emergencies or worldwide pandemics. As we are looking forward to our 102nd National Convention in Phoenix, Arizona, August 27th, 2021 through September 2nd, 2021, meeting in person, we are also working on our National Historians Luncheon and NADAL meeting on Saturday, August 28th, 2021. We want to thank David Yoder and our IT staff, and especially Howard Trace, Ruth Rankin, our National Library staff, and Email A. Blackmore Museum staff for all the work they do, and Holly Sarah for making this report possible. History is important for our past, present, and for our future. Just as we did after World War I, we continue to carry on our 4 pillars of national security, veterans, children and youth, and Americanism, while we continue to build a foundation for the future. National Commander Oxford, this concludes my report, and thank you.
Commander. Motion to receive, file, report, National James Marin.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report of the National Historian James Mariner. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Next, it is my high honor to introduce the head of the largest veterans auxiliary organization comprising women and men. She is a true advocate for veterans and their families. Her passion is unwavering. From the great state of Iowa, please welcome American Legion Auxiliary National President Nicole Clapp.
Hello, National Commander Bill, national officers, past national commanders, members of the NEC, staff, and guests. I, along with National Commanders Bill and Clint, would not be serving as your only 2-year national leadership team of our great organization if our collective resolve were not in play. Our duty is to serve, no matter what that new normal entails, and that's what we've been trying to do ever since the pandemic began. To be honest, serving as your national president during a pandemic sometimes feels a little bit like the Groundhog Day movie, starring Bill Murray and Andy McDowell, where the same things keep happening day after day after day, and you don't understand why or see an end in sight. Those of you that know me would most likely say I'm a cup half full kind of farm girl with a smile and a get her done attitude. And so this opportunity has taught me a few things. I write everything down in pencil. Every department visit is a possibility, not a probability. I cross my fingers each day that the internet connection out here on the farm will be strong enough for the next Zoom meeting. Remind myself that flexibility is the name of the game, and adapt and overcome is the best strategy. And I don't get my hopes up too high for the next great adventure until the plane lands and all those COVID restrictions have been met. While the mission of the American Legion Auxiliary has remained steadfast since our founding in 1919, to honor the sacrifice of those who serve by enhancing the lives of veterans, military, and their families. Over 100 years ago, we entrusted our lives into their hands, and what's more important than now entrusting their health and well-being in ours? Fulfilling the mission of service not self has not been easy during the pandemic, which has claimed so many lives, sickened others, led to unemployment and homelessness for some. We, the American Legion family, have made positive impacts on the lives by forging on and taking on the challenges head-on in a safe manner. Thank you, everyone, for your ongoing dedication and commitment, especially during these unrelenting times. For us, I am so proud of the American Legion family efforts, be it membership, making face masks, buddy checks, or walking, running, or swimming those 100 Mile for Hope campaigns. The online interaction with members are not the same, but they are still so rewarding. I have to admit, before the pandemic, Zoom to me meant vroom vroom like of a motorcycle, but now I have a whole different appreciation for technology. We continued with the ALA's performance with the Creative Arts Festival of co-presentation so that so many more people could participate in the event, being an at-home virtual opportunity. Our staff also learned to produce events in-house virtually for our members to stay engaged. Please check out our newly redesigned website. Our web address remains the same, alaforveterans.org. There was tremendous interest by our members of over 300 who applied for 2 special national committees I established with NEC approval, Inclusion and Diversity and the Code of Ethical Review. The American Legion family is made up of common-looking people with a dedication of service. President Lincoln said, "Common-looking people are the best in the world. That is the reason the Lord made so many of them." I fast-forward that statement to today to mean the American Legion family, approximately 3 million strong. ALA, we now have 967 male spouse members in the organization. We did not get a chance to celebrate our anniversary milestone, and so we're continuing to celebrate all the way to Phoenix. But in the meantime, I'm looking forward to more department visits, junior shooting sports, World Series of Baseball, and the Legacy Run as we continue celebrating a century of service all the way to Phoenix. In closing, it is an honor and a privilege to continue to serve as your Centennial National President. Now is the time for us to join together and work even harder to protect the health and well-being of everyone. My heart goes out to anyone who's lost a loved one due to this menacing virus or were somehow impacted by it. We are the American Legion family strong because of our love of country and each other. Please take care of yourself, be safe, and get vaccinated. I hope to see all of you at our long-awaited national convention, if not before, during my travels. Have a great NEC meeting, Commander Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. This time the chair recognizes National Vice Commander Bruce C. Fairbach of Iowa for his report.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Commander Oxford, past national commanders, members of the National Executive Committee, honored guests, and fellow Legionnaires. It has been a truly unprecedented 20 months. The first 6 months were what I expected, with many invites and duties to do. Then COVID hit right after the Washington Conference in 2020. Everything that was scheduled was canceled, leaving many disappointments. If I may, I would like to quote Commander Oxford, "The American Legion always adapts and conquers," unquote. The Midwest region started out communicating with a few conference calls. Since then, we have went to Zoom calls. This was something new to all of us, but it was very productive. We shared goals and ideas between the departments in my region. I believe all commanders received very useful information. If I have learned one thing, Zoom calls and virtual meetings have kept the American Legion and the Midwest region working tirelessly with trying to reach goals and promoting our American Legion programs. During the COVID pandemic, I thought the Zoom calls to each of the regions set up by National, where we all participated, was very beneficial and worth our time and effort. I feel Operation Comeback was also a great success. It encouraged the Midwest departments to set up a line of communications to get new and re-signed expired members. Each department in the Midwest region did an outstanding job, of which I am very proud of them. None of these successes could have happened without the expertise and willingness to help from the national staff. They do an outstanding job. A special thank you to Nick Arnett, my national staff liaison person. During the past 20 months, there has been some highlights, not a lot. The two that come to mind are attending National President Nicole Clapp's homecoming and the honor of laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier back in 2019. In closing, the Midwest region is committed to finishing strong and make the best of what we have left before we turn over our jobs to the next department leaders and the next Midwest Region National Vice Commander. Commander Oxford, thank you for the opportunity to address the National Executive Committee. Respectfully submitted, Bruce Feuerbach, National Vice Commander.
Commander, motion to receive and file the report of the National Vice Commander Feuerbach.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report of National Vice Commander Feuerbach. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. This time the chair recognizes National Vice Commander David L. King of Kentucky for his report.
Good morning, Mr. Commander, national officers, and members of our American Legion family. I want to thank all of you for allowing me the privilege to serve as a National Vice Commander. I would like to thank the states that I have been able to visit. Your courtesy, your hospitality, and friendship will never leave me. For those states that I have not visited, I challenge you to request a visit now. The American Legion never stops serving, and I personally pledge to continue serving. Like most of you, we have spent more time at home with our immediate family. I believe that family time has improved our lives. We have learned more modern ways to communicate. Many American Legion levels have gone to emails, Zoom meetings, Facebook, and other computer-type ways to communicate and keep programs current. Phone calls have also kept us in touch. Buddy checks are a great way to show how much we care. If anything has been learned, it is the fact that change is inevitable. For an organization to survive, we must be willing to think outside the box and change for the good of our programs. Our pillars, our foundation is solid, but maintenance, repair, and upkeep due to time requires to be vigilant every day to ensure our structure stays solid. Our national staff has been devoting a large amount of work to training. Why not take advantage of it? I also recommend the reading of a book titled Who Moved My Cheese by Spencer Johnson. This short book will help you deal with change. We are a volunteer organization. We are no longer NCOs or officers giving orders. Legion leaders must set the example and inspire and motivate others. Leaders must have tact and consideration. Leaders cannot do everything, and that is why the most successful organizations have solid committees on every program and activity. Appoint committees and especially chairpersons, not because they want that position, but because they have the ability and willingness to accomplish the mission. And although we are not a military unit, The commander and adjutant at any level, like a great CO and a top sergeant, must be together in thought, word, and deed. The American Legion is a family. Legionnaires, auxiliaries, sons, and riders must work together. They must communicate and cooperate for the American Legion's mission to be successful. The best Legion entities are the ones who work together. I wish you all the best and look forward to being with each of you in person as a family.
Commander, motion to receive and file the report of the National Vice Commander King.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report of National Vice Commander King. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carried, unanimous consent. Chair recognizes National Vice Commander Francis J. McDonald, Jr. of Massachusetts for his report.
Good morning, Commander Oxford, members of the NEC, national staff, past national commanders, and guests. It has been an honor to serve as the National Vice Commander representing the Northeast region for the past 2 years. This has been a very strange period of time. We started off as any other, making visits to our various departments. Then in March 2020, COVID hit and it all came to a halt. Over time, we began communicating via email, snail mail, phone calls, etc. Then we found Zoom and began conducting meetings and visits via teleconferences, not unlike this meeting today. All has gone well, but not as good as being there in person. The Northeast region has worked diligently during this time. Those that could opened their post homes so that the community could provide food distribution sites, COVID testing sites, and now they are hosting vaccination clinics. When Commander Oxford called upon us with Operation Comeback, the entire Northeast region got right on board. They had their post expand the buddy checks to include the members who have let their membership lapse over the past couple of years. While we are not sure exactly how many of our expired members rejoined, we do know a number of them did, as we did see a jump in our membership numbers over this period. While the time frame for Operation Comeback has ended, the departments within the Northeast region continue to contact expired members and are having some success in getting them to renew. The Northeast region participated in the first 100 Miles for Hope, and the numbers involved in the second are increasing daily. Things are beginning to look up. Some of the departments have scheduled conventions. Most have programs starting to open up, and we'll soon see our Legion in action again. As our posts are allowed to reopen, we'll see how our organization weathered this storm. While I have heard many concerns, it is my hope that our posts will reopen bigger and better than before. Throughout this time frame, I have tried to lead by example, hosting numerous Zoom membership calls, participating in the 100 Miles for Hope, and working the expired members list for Operation Comeback, and recruiting 121 new members into our organization, reaching my 14th Gold Brigade. Again, it has indeed been an honor to have the opportunity to serve you, and I look forward to the next few months as we finish up our tour.
Commander, motion to receive and file report of National Vice Commander McDonald.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report of National Commander McDonald. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries, unanimous consent. This time the chair recognizes National Vice Commander Richard A. Haggard of Missouri for his report.
Greetings, Commander Oxford, past national commanders, national officers, National Executive Committee, and guests. Even though my term of office has been extended to 2 years, I feel like that it is more like a very short one-year term. Since last March, I have only made 2 authorized visits within my central region. I still have 2 departments that I have yet to visit due to cancellations because of COVID since being elected in August 2019. In February of this year, I was privileged to represent Commander Oxford for the Illinois Lincoln Day pilgrimage in Springfield. Even though the usual activities were greatly modified, I was proud to help maintain the traditional pilgrimage for the 87th consecutive year. My thanks to Department Commander Roy Weber, PNC Marty Knatzer, and all of the Illinois Legion family for their warm reception. We were even allowed to make a short presentation of wreaths inside the tomb of Abraham Lincoln, which had been closed to the public. This visit was made possible because a previously approved visit to Michigan for their midwinter conference for those dates was canceled due to COVID. Exactly 1 month later, I was able to participate in a 4-day caravan through my home state of Missouri. NEC Ken Goth, Commander Hallie Williams, and 4 other department officers, along with zone and district commanders in Zone 3, accompanied me while visiting 14 posts throughout southwest Missouri. Many restrictions had been lifted in Missouri by this time, and the turnout at all of the posts was fabulous. I think many of the members and guests just wanted to have an excuse to get out and greet their fellow Legionnaires after being cooped up all winter. Currently, I have 4 more visits scheduled for this year, and am looking forward to adding a few more before my term of office ends. Of course, I have not been idle all of the time, as I have attended district meetings in Missouri, along with the Department Executive Committee meetings and the Missouri Oratorical Contest. I even managed to slip in a short visit to nearby Illinois for a division awards presentation. Conversations with my departments by conference calls or Zoom sessions help keep me in touch with my departments, but that only means I get to talk to a select few. The real questions always come from the general membership, and you can only get that interaction by personal contact. Topics of today of discussion includes National Commander Oxford's designated programs for the 2021 membership year. Those being Veterans and Children Foundation, Buddy Checks, the Mission Blue Post Assistant Program, and of course Operation Comeback. Emphasis on membership was given to retention and focused on keeping post members involved, giving them a sense of belonging to their post and providing a sense of security for those in need. Other recruiting and retention methods discussed included conducting revitalizations at post and district levels and individual training members through the basic training course and the monthly training night. One idea that I also espoused was provided by Ohio Adjutant Suzette Heller that uses the consolidated post reports of individual posts and consolidated by districts and departments to demonstrate to our current and prospective members just how much each post, district, or department actually does to support the 4 pillars of the American Legion. Viewing the consolidated CPRs of the district or department can also assist individual posts in analyzing their contributions by noting items they may have overlooked in the preparation of their own CPR. I feel that the quarantine and lack of face-to-face contact within our individual posts, districts, and departments greatly affected our achieving the membership goals set for each department. An active leadership by senior department officials is a must. Teleconferences and Zoom sessions must be held on a regular basis so that district and our post commanders and membership chairpersons are kept abreast of any changes to their membership standings and encouraged to exchange ideas that work and can be used for their own districts and posts. Time is getting short for this membership year, and communication and leadership at all levels is a must if we are going to meet our goals. Thank you.
Receive and file the report of National Vice Commander Haggart.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report of National Vice Commander Haggart. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. This time the chair recognizes National Vice Commander Robert D. Liebenow for his report.
Good morning, Commander Oxford, my fellow National Vice Commanders, past National Commanders, and members of the NEC. As you know, the last 15 months have been crazy. Through it all, the Western region has not forgotten its commitment to our veterans, our children and youth, and our communities. Many posts have opened their doors to help feed veterans and their families, donated blood and sponsored blood drives, donated food and volunteered at their local food banks. They have continued to work our children and youth programs, Boys State, Oratorical, Legion Baseball, Youth Law Enforcement Career Camps, and Junior Shooting Sports. They continue to sponsor Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts. They have truly done an outstanding job of representing the American Legion and their communities. The Western region has been #1 in membership each of the last 2 years and #1 in consolidated post reports last year, and we plan to be #1 in membership and consolidated post reports again this year. It has been a great honor to serve as a National Vice Commander representing the Western region these past 2 years. God bless the American Legion, its members, our troops, and God bless this great nation.
Commander, motion to receive and file the report of National Vice Commander Liebenow.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report of National Vice Commander Liebenow. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Just a moment of personal privilege. I'd like to thank those 5 National Vice Commanders for the work, the time, the effort that they have put into this year-and-a-half term. We've still got a few months to go, but gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for your contribution to the American Legion. This time, the chair recognizes National Adjutant Daniel Wheeler of Virginia for announcements.
Mr. Commander, I have no announcements.
We'll now move forward to reports from national commissions. We'll receive reports from national commissions, national committees, boards, and subcommittees of the NEC. The chair recognizes Chairman of the Resolution Subcommittee, William W. Kyle of West Virginia, for a report on resolutions.
Mr. Commander, your Subcommittee on Resolutions has been meeting regularly to review resolutions. We have 30 resolutions that will be presented coming from the commissions and the committees who make reports. Any resolution seeking National Executive Committee approval will follow the report of the commission. All resolutions which have been disposed of by other action will be held for further study or will be reported on an addendum. Our thanks to the commissions for their efficient and accurate handling of the resolutions for this meeting. This has had a positive impact on the work of the subcommittee. Mr. Commander, I ask that you prepare the NEC for memorializing resolutions.
Please rise and uncover.
Clarence M. Bacon, Maryland. Whereas, it has pleased Almighty God, the great commander, to summon to his immortal legions our beloved comrade, Clarence M. Bacon. Department Vice Commander, 1972 to 1974. Department Commander, 1974 to 1975. National Executive Committee Alternate Member, 1976 to 1978. National Executive Committee member, 1978 to 1980. National Commander, 1984 to 1985. Whereas, we humbly bow to the will of the divine providence, while ever cherishing in our hearts the memory of his distinguished service to our country and his outstanding contributions to American Legion comradeship. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the National Executive Committee of the American Legion, in regular meeting assembled on this 5th day of May, in the year of our Lord 2021, does mourn the passing of our distinguished Legionnaire, Clarence M. Bacon, that we commend to all men his works and to God his Spirit, and be it finally resolved that in token of our common grief, a copy of this resolution be presented to his family. Randall A. Fisher, Kentucky. Whereas, it has pleased Almighty God, the great commander, to summon to his immortal legions our beloved comrade, Randall A. Fisher. Department Vice Commander, 1998 to 2000. Department Commander, 2000 to 2001. National Executive Committee Alternate Member, 2003 to 2007. 2008, 2013. 2015 to 2017. National Vice Commander, 2007-2008, National Executive Committee Member, 2017. National Legislative Commission National Commanders Representative, 2019 to 2021. Whereas, we humbly bow to the will of the divine providence, while ever cherishing in our hearts the memory of his distinguished service to our country and his outstanding contributions to American Legion comradeship. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the National Executive Committee of the American Legion, in regular meeting assembled on this 5th day of May in the year of our Lord 2021, does mourn the passing of our distinguished Legionnaire, Randall A. Fisher, that we commend to all men his works and to God his Spirit, and be it finally resolved that in token of our common grief, a copy of this resolution be presented to his family. Similar resolutions will be presented to the families of Lloyd A. Little, Alaska; James E. Brimmer, Arkansas; Alan P. Hall, Florida; Charles T. Tucker, Georgia; Marvin R. Siegfried, Hawaii; Henry S. P. Wong, Hawaii; Alvin O. Warner, Indiana; Ernest H. Cooper, Kansas; Lawrence M. Norton, Massachusetts; Darwin Krieger, Michigan; Roger Olson, Minnesota; Robert A. Gosa, Mississippi; Neil J. Neary, Montana; George Syborn, Nebraska; Carmen Wheatcraft, Nebraska; Ronald Mikowski, Nevada; Donald I. Holmquist, New Hampshire; Stanley H. Clark, New York; Richard A. Johnson, Sr., New York; Michael T. Miller, New York; Bobby J. Lowenbaugh, Oklahoma; James R. Chapman, Pennsylvania; Michael A. Gillies, Puerto Rico; C. Darrell Haskell, South Dakota; Ronald P. Aldrich, Vermont; Leslie V. Howell, Vermont; Robert L. Bowen, Virginia; Harold E. Plants, West Virginia; Marvin E. Brosnowski, Wisconsin; Arthur D. Herbertson, Wisconsin. Beyond the horizon. When souls go down to the sea by ship, and the dark ship name is death, why mourn and wail at the vanishing sail? Though outward bound, God's world is round, and only a ship is death. When I go down to the sea by ship, and death unfurls her sail, weep not for me, for there will be a living host on another coast to beckon and give all hail. Robert Freeman.
Please recover and be seated. We will take the opportunity to eulogize some of our departed comrades at the pre-convention NEC meeting in Phoenix. This time I now call on our Finance Commission Chairman Gaither M. Keener Jr. of North Carolina for purposes of a report.
Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Finance Commission met virtually via Zoom on Monday and Tuesday, May 3rd and 4th. All commission members were present. Also present were the National Adjutant, the National Treasurer, the National Judge Advocate, the Executive Directors, and the Human Resource Directors. Members of the NEC Liaison Committee were also present. Several guests joined us throughout the course of the meeting. Reports were received from the National Adjutant, the National Treasurer, the National Judge Advocate, the National Headquarters Executive Directors, Finance Director, Internal Affairs Commission, Member and Post Activities Committee, Marketing Commission, Americanism Commission, Crow LLP, NFP Property and Casualty, Media and Communication Commission by written report, and the American Legion Endowment Fund Corporation. The 2020 surplus was $9,682,467. This is much higher than usual since the majority of programs had to be canceled due to the COVID pandemic. 2021 first quarter results. Last fall, you approved the 2021 budget based on revenues of $89,536,899 and expenditures of $85,807,097 for a net operating surplus of $3,729,802. The budget was based on a total 2021 membership of 1,750,000. The actual membership as of March 31, 2021 was 1,605,900. The year-to-date surplus as of March 31, 2021 is $2,945,606. The budget called for year-to-date surplus of only $527,397. At a virtual meeting in March, the Finance Commission approved the following: $1,041,000 for financial software to convert disconnected accounting systems to integrate better with the American Legion computer environment. $26,000 for a heat exchanger in the Indianapolis office. The 2022 membership budget in the amount of $8,328,000. The Finance Commission approved the 2020 audit as presented by Crow. The Commission received a complete report from IT on personified progress and methodology. Per NEC Resolution Number 1 from 2016, the following statistics are shared. From May 2020 to April 2021, $21,825.57 were spent in wages and expenses associated with administration and promotion of the American Legion Legacy Scholarship. This includes 577 cumulative work hours. The new HVAC system was approved for the Washington office at the cost of $98,521. In addition, $102,227 was approved towards furniture and lobby replacement in the Washington office to be installed between now and March of 2022. To date, 409 posts have received Mission Blue Post Assistant grants to assist with their current or past due rent, utilities, mortgage, and or insurance program due to COVID-19 regulations. The Internal Affairs Commission recommended we continue to utilize all American Legion communications outlets to advise posts of the availability of the Mission Blue Post Assistant Grant funds and get the funds to those posts who need it. Internal Affairs felt the $1,000 grant amount should be maintained due to the low participation rate and availability of other government or local funds to assist. They also recommended that the program expiration date be extended 6 months until July 1, 2022. Your Finance Commission concurs with these recommendations, but revisit this issue again at its 2021 National Convention meeting in the event changes need to be made. The Marketing Commission gave a complete report on all progress in the marketing era. They noted the companies that we have created associations with during the past year, gave a list of prospects we're working with right now, and showed a couple of videos explaining how we're marketing the American Legion and creating relationships in the racing arena. You will be seeing those videos during the Marketing Commission report. Additionally, Chip Ganassi Racing, because they are so invested in their relationship with the American Legion, has offered to us at absolutely no charge, and we have accepted that the number 10 car in the Indy Grand Prix race on May 15th will have the American Legion livery on it, in addition to our sponsorship of car number 48. This is a tremendous added value in our relationship. The Commission received an update from NFP Property and Casualty on all our current insurance coverage, claims, and costs. The Finance Commission approved of the disposal of several items that are now outdated, duplicated, or no longer significant to the archives. It approved $25,914 in emergency purchases and $1,179.09 in write-offs of obsolete emblem inventory. There are currently 257 authorized positions at National Headquarters. A list of resolutions recommended for approval is attached. I want to make a special mention of Resolution number 29, which extends the time from 18 to 36 months for the American Legion to expeditiously pursue and negotiate strategic business alliances and or sponsorship opportunities. This is so the American Legion can gain financial support for enhancing, sustaining, developing various American Legion programs, events, and projects to benefit veterans, their families, and their communities. Please note that all such potential alliances and opportunities must be reviewed and approved by the Marketing and Finance Commission Chairman, the National Judge Advocate, National Adjutant, and the National Commander to ensure they are consistent with the mission and the best interests of the American Legion. These agreements will then be reported to the appropriate committee, commissions, and the NEC at their next regular scheduled meeting. Thank you.
Commander, motion to receive and adopt the report of the Finance Commission with the exception of 9 resolutions. There is no addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and adopt the report of the Finance Commission. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries, unanimous consent.
Resolution number 22, 2024 National Convention Contract, Origin, Convention Commission. Resolved that the National Commander, after receipt of an executed contract from the American Legion 1st District Convention Corporation for the purpose of holding the American Legion National Convention in New Orleans, Louisiana, August the 23rd to the 29th, 2024, and the review and approval of the same from the National Judge Advocate, being is hereby authorized and directed to execute said contract, and the National Adjutant being is hereby authorized and directed to attest to same. Resolution number 22 has the approval of the Convention Commission, the Finance Commission, and your Subcommittee on Resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 22. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution 22.
Resolution number 23, American Legion Spirit of Service Award, Origin, National Security Commission. Resolved that the American Legion shall provide each of the American Legion Spirit of Service Award recipients of the year with one round-trip coach airfare or vehicle mileage under its employee mileage reimbursement rates within the continental United States to the National Convention, and 4 nights lodging at a convention hotel. 1 ticket, 2 if accompanied by spouse or supervisor, for the National Commanders Banquet, staff per diem for 5 days, and an engraved glass and marble award trophy not exceeding the cost of $350, adjusted as needed for inflation. And be it further resolved that the total number of awards each year shall not exceed 7, 1 from each branch of service and the National Guard Bureau, and be further resolved that the National Commander will provide each of the 7 recipients 1-year membership in the American Legion. And be it further resolved that the trophies, awards, and ceremonials manual be updated following this change in eligible candidates. And be it finally resolved that the National Executive Committee Resolution number 23, October 2011, titled the American Legion Spirit of Service Award, and the National Executive Committee Resolution number 6, October 2015, titled Include National Guard and Reserve Members in the Spirit of Service Awards, are hereby superseded and rescinded. Resolution number 23 has the approval of the National Security Commission, the Finance Commission, and your Subcommittee on Resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 23. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution 23.
Resolution number 24, Service Academy Awards, Origin, Internal Affairs Commission. Resolved by the National Executive Committee of the American Legion in regular meeting assembled virtually on May the 5th and 6th, 2021, that the American Legion continues to present the Armed Service Academy Awards to the United States Naval Academy, United States Coast Guard Academy, and United States Merchant Marine Academy in the amount not to exceed $500. And be it further resolved that the United States Military Academy at West Point stay capped at $250 per United States Military Academy Regulation 672-2. And be it further resolved that the United States Air Force Academy be presented an amount not to exceed $600. And be it further resolved that the Internal Affairs Commission will review with the service academies on a periodic basis to ensure the awards meet the desires of the service academies officials. And be it further resolved that the National Commander and National Judge Advocate are authorized to make an annual or multi-year payment not to exceed $1,000, which will allow for inflation and any increased cost in the award. And be it finally resolved that resolution number 20, NEC May 1956, subject awards to Air Force Academy graduates, resolution number 46, NEC, May 1959, subject American Legion awards to 4 Armed Services Academies. Resolution number 19, NEC, May 1968, subject American Legion Naval Academy Award. Resolution number 5, NEC, May 2007, subject Military Service Academies Awards for Graduating Cadets Midshipmen. Resolution number 34, NEC, May 2010, subject Armed Forces Academy Awards Update. Resolution number 6, NEC, May 2011, subject Armed Services Academy Awards Update. Resolution number 9, NEC, May 2017, subject Cadet Awards Program of the United States Military. And resolution number 25, NEC, May 2018, subject Air Force Academy Awards Sponsorship, is hereby superseded and rescinded. Resolution number 24 has the approval of the Internal Affairs Commission, the Finance Commission, and your Subcommittee on Resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 24. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent. Resolution 24.
Resolution number 25, appointment of successor trustees of American Legion Paid Up for Life Membership Trust, Origin Finance Commission. Resolved that the First Merchants Private Wealth Advisors of Carmel, Indiana is hereby removed as trustee for the American Legion Paid Up for Life Membership Trust effective July the 15th, 2021. And be it further resolved that the National Commander, the Finance Commission Chairperson, the NEC Finance Commission Liaison Committee Chairperson, the American Legion Charities Incorporated Treasurer, the National Treasurer, and the National Adjutant, only as a member with voice and no vote, be appointed as trustees of the American Legion Paid Up for Life Membership Trust, effective July 15, 2021. And be it further resolved that the National Adjutant be and is hereby authorized and directed to deliver or mail to First Merchants Private Wealth Advisors of Carmel, Indiana, a certified copy of this resolution with corporate seal affixed thereto. And be it finally resolved that all of the provisions set forth in the present American Legion Paid Up for Life Membership Trust as executed with respect to the trustees shall have the same force and effect and be binding upon the National Commander, the Finance Commission Chairperson, the NEC Finance Commission Liaison Committee Chairperson, the American Legion Charities Incorporated Treasurer, the National Treasurer, and the National Adjutant, only as a member with voice and no vote as successor trustees. Resolution number 25 has the approval of the Finance Commission and your Subcommittee on Resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 25. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent. Resolution 25.
Resolution number 26, appointment of successor trustees of American Legion Charities Trust, Origin Finance Commission. Resolved that the First Merchants Private Wealth Advisors of Carmel, Indiana is hereby removed as trustee for the American Legion Charities effective June 15, 2021. And be it further resolved that the National Commander, the Finance Commission Chairperson, the NEC Finance Commission Liaison Committee Chairperson, the American Legion Charities Incorporated Treasurer, the National Treasurer, and the National Adjutant, only as a member with voice and no vote, be appointed as trustees of American Legion Charities effective June the 15th, 2021. And be it further resolved that the National Agent be and is hereby authorized and directed to deliver or mail to First Merchants Private Wealth Advisors of Carmel, Indiana, a certified copy of this resolution with the corporate seal affixed thereto. And be it finally resolved that all of the provisions set forth in the present American Legion Charities as executed with respect to the trustee shall have the same force and effect and be binding upon the National Commander, the Finance Commission Chairperson, the Finance Commission Liaison Committee Chairperson, the American Legion Charities Incorporated Treasurer, the National Treasurer, and the National Adjutant, only as a member with voice and no vote as successor trustees. Resolution 26 has the approval of the Finance Commission and your Subcommittee on Resolution, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 26. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, the motion carries. Unanimous consent, Resolution 26.
Resolution number 27, appointment of successor trustees of American Legion, September 11, 2001 Memorial Scholarship Trust Fund. Origin, Finance Commission. Resolved that the First Merchants Private Wealth Advisors of Carmel, Indiana is hereby removed as trustee for the American Legion September 11, 2001 Memorial Scholarship Trust Fund, effective June 15, 2021, and be it further resolved that the National Commander, the Finance Commission Chairperson, the NEC Finance Commission Liaison Committee Chairperson, the American Legion Charities Incorporated Treasurer, the National Treasurer, the National Adjutant, only as a member with voice and no vote, be appointed trustees of the American Legion September 11, 2001 Memorial Scholarship Trust Fund, effective June 15, 2021, and be it further resolved that the National Adjutant be and is hereby authorized and directed to deliver or mail to First Merchants Private Wealth Advisors of Carmel, Indiana, a certified copy of this resolution with the corporate seal affixed thereto, and be it finally resolved that all the provisions set forth in the present American Legion September 11th, 2001 Memorial Scholarship Trust as executed with respect to the trustee shall have the same force and effect and be binding upon the National Commander, the Finance Commission Chairperson, the NEC Finance Commission Liaison Committee Chairperson, the American Legion Charities Incorporated Treasurer, the National Treasurer, and the National Adjutant, only as a member with voice and no vote as successor trustees. Resolution 27 has the approval of the Finance Commission and your Subcommittee on Resolution, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 27. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent. Resolution 27.
Resolution number 28, appointment of successor trustees of American Legion Scholarship Trust Fund. Origin, Finance Commission. Resolved that First Merchants Private Wealth Advisors of Carmel, Indiana is hereby removed as trustee for American Legion Scholarship Trust Fund, effective June 15th, 2021, and be it further resolved that the National Commander, the Finance Commission Chairperson, the NEC Commission Liaison Committee Chairperson, the American Legion Charities Incorporated Treasurer, the National Treasurer, and the National Adjutant, only as a member with voice and no vote, be appointed trustees of the American Legion Scholarship Trust Fund, effective June 15th, 2021. And be it further resolved that the National Adjutant, being is hereby authorized and directed to deliver or mail to First Merchants Private Wealth Advisors of Carmel, Indiana, a certified copy of this resolution with the corporate seal affixed thereto, and be it finally resolved that all the provisions set forth in the present American Legion Scholarship Trust as executed with respect to the trustees shall have the same force and effect and be binding upon the National Commander, the Finance Commission Chairperson, the NEC Finance Commission Liaison Committee Chairperson, the American Legion Charities Incorporated Treasurer, the National Treasurer, and the National Adjutant, only as a member with no vote, as successor trustees. Resolution number 28 has the approval of the Finance Commission and your Subcommittee on Resolution, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 28. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution 28.
Resolution number 29, Corporate Alliances and Discount Providers. Origin Marketing Commission. Resolved that the American Legion shall have the authority to expeditiously pursue and negotiate strategic business alliances and or sponsorship opportunities for time periods not to exceed 3 years, to gain financial support for enhancing, sustaining, and developing various American Legion programs, events, and projects to benefit veterans, their families, and their communities. And be it further resolved that all such potential strategic business alliances and or sponsorship opportunities must be reviewed and approved by the Chairman of the Marketing Commission, Chairman of the Finance Commission, the National Judge Advocate, the National Adjutant, and the National Commander to ensure that they are consistent with the mission and best interests of the American Legion. And be it further resolved that after all such listed approvals are granted, the National Adjutant may authorize the necessary documentation to implement the business alliance and or sponsorship opportunity, and be it further resolved that any such agreement shall be reported to the appropriate commission and or committee, the Marketing Commission, the Finance Commission, and the National Executive Committee at their next regularly scheduled meeting. And be it finally resolved that Resolution number 6, Corporate Relations, adopted by the National Executive Committee October 15, 16, 2020, is hereby rescinded. Resolution number 29 has the approval of the Marketing Commission, the Finance Commission, and your Subcommittee on Resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 29. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, the motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution 29.
Resolution number 30, authorization for renewal of direct marketing contract for national fundraising activities. Origin Marketing Commission. Resolved that the American Legion be authorized to enter into a 5-year contract with Edge Direct, LLC, for direct marketing services to develop, manage, and continue growing the American Legion National Donor Program and to raise funds for the American Legion National Programs. And be it finally resolved that after review and approval of said contract by the National Judge Advocate, the National Commander, be and is hereby authorized and directed to execute said contract, and that the National Adjutant be and is hereby authorized and directed to attest the same. Resolution number 30 has the approval of the Marketing Commission, the Finance Commission, and your Subcommittee on Resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 30. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution 3-0. This time the chair recognizes Paul A. Evenson of South Dakota, Chairman of the Marketing Commission, for the purposes of a report.
Mr. Commander, members of the NEC, and guests. 2021 DMS is on pace to meet the budgeted goal of 123,000 members. All DMS campaigns are now in market and final results will be tabulated at the close of the 2021 membership cycle on June 30th. The 2022 DMS budget was approved by the Finance Commission earlier this year, and plans are already underway to begin this effort beginning July 1st. Our approved goal is to acquire 125,000 members during the 2022 membership cycle, to include about 75,000 new, never-before members and about 50,000 Expire rejoins. The new DMS communication plan to this group is working as expected. Implemented in 2019, it allowed the class of 2018 to have a slight increase in renewal rate over the previous year, and the class of 2019 is on pace to renew 47% of these members, which is the highest rate for DMS members in the last 5 years. As with DMS, the 2021 direct renewal cycle is winding down, while the 2022 cycle is planned to begin July 1st. We are very pleased with our online renewal results, which are on pace for an all-time high of more than 320,000 renewals, which is close to 20% of all 2021 renewals. Regarding fundraising, 2020 was a banner year for donor acquisition efforts. We acquired more than 190,000 new donors at an average cost to acquire of $5.73 per donor, which is nearly one-half the budgeted cost per donor. Fundraising industry experts advise charities and associations to stay the course with fundraising efforts through the difficult times the pandemic created. We followed this advice and as a result had a banner fundraising year. Gross revenue finished the year at more than $15.1 million, which is more than $1.2 million ahead of expectations. 2020 net income from direct marketing efforts also finished at a record pace of more than $5.2 million and well ahead of budget. 2021 donor acquisition efforts have started as expected, while donor appeals are already performing better than expected. To date, donor appeals have already outpaced budget by more than $400,000. Finally, we are pleased to report the new vehicle donation vendor and supporting marketing efforts have created significant growth in that program. We budgeted 2021 to have gross receipts of about $300,000, of which we have already exceeded that goal. We are now anticipating the year to finish at more than $700,000. IndyCar number 48. The 17-race 2021 NTT Data IndyCar season launched on April 17th from Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. Jimmy Johnson and the number 48 Legion Racing team have already garnered a tremendous amount of media coverage during the off-season. Now with the season underway, Jimmy Johnson continues to be the number one story in IndyCar, and the motorsports and the general media are chronicling his every move. The American Legion and Johnson have most recently appeared in the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, NBC Today Show, ESPN Sports Center, and across multiple AP news outlets, just to name a few. We only see the coverage of his progress throughout the season increasing as he gets more comfortable with the car and the tracks. As we discussed when we elected to sponsor Johnson and the Chip Ganassi racing team, he has become the story in motorsports, which allows us to leverage his notoriety and fame to share the American Legion message to millions of veterans and fans that follow the sport. And speaking of getting our message out, the American Legion is airing dedicated commercial spots during NBC's coverage of the NTT Data Series. Our spots share the message about what the American Legion has done over its history of service to veterans, as well as a call to action for viewers to either donate and join to the American Legion. From a creative perspective, we have produced 2 separate commercials that will air throughout the season. Finally, for all 17 races of the IndyCar season, the American Legion will have in-car camera coverage. In many cases, because of Johnson's popularity, the exposure the American Legion will receive could very well exceed that of many other more established brands in the sport. It is a long season, but we are excited for the incredible start. The American Legion brand is being exposed to new audiences in a very unique and memorable way. And those audiences have the opportunity to learn more about the American Legion and how they can potentially get involved and or donate to our causes. Corporate development. We have a newly signed deal with Veterans United Mortgage Company for a $2 million donation toward the VCF. We are in process of renewing our relationship with healthcare for an annual contribution for $1.3 million and are seeking a 3-year commitment of $3.9 million. In reference to the Veterans and Children's Fund, we have developed a comprehensive blueprint and a detailed timeline for the American Legion Veterans and Children Foundation. This blueprint was presented to the Finance Commission in March and adopted by the VCF Board of Directors in August of 2020. The budget was presented to the Finance Commission on October 2nd, 2020. The 1919 Society was created in October of 2019 and presented to the Finance Commission in March at the Washington Conference and to the Veterans and Children Foundation Board Directors in August for review and comments. The VCF Board of Directors adopted the 1919 Society to recognize significant donors and as a method of raising funds for all American Legion charities and programs. The major components of the 1919 Society are the giving wall, which you can find installed in the executive wing of National Headquarters, to recognize the donors formally for their contributions. Bronze, silver, gold, and platinum medals are available in addition to being awarded a 1919 Society pin. Mr. Commander, the Marketing Commission would now like to share the following videos. The first video is a behind-the-scenes look at the making of the Legion's 2 new television commercials that will air on NBC during their broadcast of the 2021 IndyCar season. The video also shares information on the new American Legion marketing brand we plan to utilize and incorporate it into marketing initiatives. The second video is the commercial currently running on NBC broadcast. The commercial is entitled More Than What You Have Heard. Once these videos are completed, they will conclude my report and I am happy to take any questions.
3, 2, 1, action. Anytime you get to work on a commercial, it's really exciting. You get a star like Jimmy Johnson, it's unbelievably exciting. And then the mission of hopefully saving lives for our military veterans, it's spectacular. We had an opportunity to scout 3 places in Indianapolis. We ended up here at the beautiful Biltwell. There are half a dozen setups, and the building is so unique. Each one of these setups looks like you're in a different place.
The American Legion has a 102-year history. The challenge now in a second century is how do you take the history and heritage of such an esteemed brand and then make it relevant for a new audience.
Broadening the audience, raising awareness,
building the strength of the nation's largest veteran service organization, that the American Legion has the voice when they sit down in front of our legislators. They make a difference, and let's raise awareness as high as we can. Let's strengthen the Legion.
From the very beginning, it was really important to just kind of always put ourselves in that veteran perspective. They're the ones who go out there and fight every day for our country and for our freedoms. So from the very get-go, it was important to find veterans from all walks of life who could participate in these roles and just really be the authenticity of these TV spots. It just didn't feel like it would be the same if we couldn't do it without using actual veterans.
3, 2, 1.
Jimmy's amazing. I had the opportunity to sign Jimmy when I was at Lowe's 20 years ago. To watch him take that motorsports program and the company in general, the platform, and just explode it for 17 years and 7 championships. He was a great spokesman for the organization. So when I heard he was going to go into IndyCar, and I was looking for something for the organization to get involved with and get behind from a marketing that would be a splash, that would cause some conversation that's not being had right now, I picked up the phone and called Chip and his organization there and said, we want to get involved. How do we make that happen? And you know, I view it as Jimmy's going to walk into the paddock at Barber Motorsports in a few weeks, and he's going to be the most popular driver at IndyCar, and we're going to be able to ride his coattails to some extent, but also use his power in the media to get our message out and impact our membership.
As we started to learn more about the American Legion, as we started to learn more about what their objectives are, we really came to a fairly quick decision early on that these spots are not about racing. We have to acknowledge the fact that legacy institutions like the American Legion need to attract a younger audience. We need to have a more contemporary voice. There's this new brand that we've created in alongside these commercial spots for the American Legion, which is a new identity system. It's something that won't replace their existing, what's called the emblem, which has been around since day one of the American Legion, so going on 102 years. But this is what we're calling a brand mark, something that we're using more for marketing purposes. And so that piece is something that is sort of a foundation for a new identity that's about being, appealing to people who are today in their late 20s, 30s, 40s. That's really the target audience that we're trying to reach. And to something that sort of says, we've got a new way forward.
Musically, I really want to encompass some of the pride and the inviting nature that the American Legion is all about.
My story as a driver, the team that I drive for with Chip Ganassi Racing, the fellow driver in the 48 car with Tony Kanano, he has such an appreciation for the freedoms of our country, and in sharing stories with him, I just feel like we have such a neat opportunity here for the veterans to attach to motorsport, such an opportunity for us to raise awareness for the Legion, to then obviously raise more money and spread that out further to others, that I'm really excited for the program and know it's going to be a big success.
At the end of one of the spots, we're making the point that 22 veterans die every day, and we're trying to set a scene where Jimmy Johnson is going to talk about that. He's going to kind of punctuate this commercial with that and how important it is that we're losing these unbelievable lives, people who have given service to us, people who have risked their lives to keep us in the lifestyle to which we're accustomed. And in an effort to do that, we're shooting everybody individually in green screen. We're actually rotating the camera 90 degrees so we can capture them at a higher resolution. And in this scene, we're gonna place everybody around Jimmy for COVID safety in addition to that. And as the commercial goes, we're gonna slowly lose people out of that shot to remind people what it looks like to lose 22 lives.
From an advocacy perspective, and then also from what we do in our communities. The opportunity for our veterans to help strengthen America from top to bottom is essential.
You may have heard that the American Legion helps honor our fallen heroes.
Or that the American Legion helped write the GI Bill, enabling veterans to get a college education.
And yeah, you've heard us tell a good story or two.
But did you know that the American Legion does so much more for our veterans? From advocacy on Capitol Hill to serving others in our communities, the American Legion continues its tradition in strengthening America through service.
So if you're a veteran,
Consider joining us.
Or donate to help us support our veterans.
Commander, motion to receive and file report of the Marketing Commission with the exception of one addendum.
We have a motion. We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report of the Marketing Commission with the exception of one addendum. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent.
Commander, attached to the report of the Marketing Commission is Addendum A. I move the actions of the Marketing Commission become the actions of the National Executive Committee.
Second.
We have a motion and second that the actions of the Marketing Commission, Addendum A, become the action of the National Executive Committee. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. This time the chair recognizes Ralph P. Bozzella of Colorado, Chairman of the Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission, for the purposes of a report.
Good day, Commander, national officers, NEC, and distinguished guests. Commander, my compliments to you and American Legion National leadership and staff for your ability to sustain VA&R as an American Legion pillar. We will continue to work together to improve the quality of life for veterans and our families during this worldwide pandemic. It was my honor and a pleasure to join you at your congressional testimony in Washington last month. Our VA&R Commission volunteers and division staff have learned much about improving VA&R communications activities and programs while still providing quality results for our nation's veterans, even during this pandemic. And I've provided a written report on the VA&R Commission activities since the fall 2020 NEC meeting and would like to provide a few highlights. VA&R Division Director Mario Marquez and I conducted virtual weekly staff meetings this winter to cover all things VA&R as we prepared for the Washington, D.C. conference and Commander Oxford's congressional testimony. The 61st Annual Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission Conference was held virtually via Zoom webinar March 2nd and 3rd, 2021. We had 193 people signed in to the meeting. New VA Secretary Dennis McDonough and 3 acting undersecretaries for Veterans Health, Veterans Benefit, and National Cemetery Administrations participated via a prepared video or live call-in during the meeting. Internationally respected healthcare consultant and former VA Undersecretary for Health and a current consultant to the VA&R Commission, Dr. Ken Kaiser, also joined us and spoke about VA healthcare access issues. A VA&R Health Policy Committee chaired by Phil Youngblood, Georgia, the Veterans Benefit Committee chaired by Bill Smith, Pennsylvania, and National Cemetery Committee chaired by Dick Neville, North Carolina, and our TBI PTSD Suicide Prevention Committee chaired by past National Commander Ron Conley of Pennsylvania, all conducted meeting with guest speakers and a business agenda to review and recommend disposition of resolutions to the VA&R Commission. We continue to strive for full funding and increased access for all qualified veterans to the VA healthcare system to include improved mental health and suicide prevention treatments and gender-specific needs. We are also concerned that veterans in rural areas have equal access to care and are receiving medical treatment equal to their counterparts in urban and populated areas. We are working to ensure the Mission Act Community Care Program is operating as mandated by Congress. Since the pandemic, our system worth saving site visits have been put on hold, but we are working with VA Central Office to ensure quality and timeliness of care remains as we continue to plan for future visits by the fall of 2021. We are working to ensure that the VA claims process is also a quality system and that compensation and pension exams are properly administered and reported by the contracted agencies and their medical staff. Our regional office action review teams have also been sidelined since the pandemic, but we have built a tentative schedule and hope to resume our ROAR visits later this year. Our two-person ROAR teams consist of one VA&R division staff member and one attorney from Bergman & Moore, LLC, whose purpose it is to identify and document VA claim adjudication errors, which can help a VA regional office correct their claims processing deficiencies. We are working on a plan to improve training for our department veteran service officers. We are not only working for improved memorial benefits and services at national VA cemeteries, but we are working to improve recognition of military chaplains at Arlington National Cemetery. These and other issues are addressed in the 11 resolutions provided in your written document. The last area I need to address is our annual VA&R awards. Due to the pandemic, the VA Volunteer Service Awards were not presented for 2021. The awards for VA Physician and Healthcare Provider of the Year were accepted by Secretary McDonough for all VA physicians and healthcare providers in recognition of their distinguished public service and commitment of care for U.S. veterans during the COVID-19 global pandemic. Veterans Health Administrations and its medical centers and clinics are now operating, and I'm accepting applications for these two awards from your departments for 2021. VA&R Director Marquez will send an email to department commanders, adjutants, and you, the NECs, in July with instructions on how to apply for these two awards. The William F. Linker National Service Trophy was awarded in 2020, and I'm asking your departments to send applications for that most prestigious award. VA&R Director will send emails in May with instructions on how you can apply for the 2021 Linker National Service Trophy. I'm counting on your leadership to help with these awards. Please remember, we also have VA&R citations for meritorious service for you to acknowledge the contributions of post-service officers and others to your department's VA&R program. These citations can be presented at your department events. Commander, VA&R never rests. Our committed volunteers and highly dedicated staff are ever present and available to ensure our nation's veterans are getting all the benefits they have earned through their time in service. Thank you for the opportunity to serve in this capacity, and this ends my report.
Commander, motion to move and file the report of the VA&R Committee.
Second.
With the exception of the 10 resolutions. Oh, I got that. We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report of the Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission with the exception of 10 resolutions and one addendum. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries, unanimous consent.
Resolution number 9. Expanded use of virtual hearings by the Board of Veterans Appeals. Origin, Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission. Resolved that the American Legion supports the expanded use of virtual Board of Veterans Appeals hearings as an effective tool that will help reduce the number of appeals and hearings pending before the Board of Veterans Appeals in Washington, D.C. Resolution number 9 has the approval of VA&R Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 9. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries, unanimous consent. Resolution number 9.
Resolution number 10, increased use of acceptable clinical evidence, ACE examinations, as an alternative to compensation and pension, C&P examinations. Origin, Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission. Resolved that the American Legion urges the Veterans Benefits Administration to decrease the number of backlog compensation and pension, C&P examinations through greater use of acceptable clinical evidence, ACE examinations, in order to establish connection for veterans' disabilities and to determine the current severity of such disabilities for Department of Veterans Affairs purposes. Resolution number 10 has the approval of the VA&R Commission and your subcommittee on resolution, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 10. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution number 10.
Resolution number 11, lethal means and suicide prevention. Origin, Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission. Resolved that the American Legion raise awareness of lethal means safety as it relates to veteran suicide. And be it finally resolved that the American Legion will support suicide prevention initiatives aimed at lethal means safety so long as the initiatives do not encroach on the constitutional right to bear arms. This resolution, number 11, has the approval of your VA&R Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 11. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution 1-1.
Resolution number 12, enhanceability of the National Personnel Records Center to respond to record requests from the Department of Veterans Affairs. Origin, Register Resolution number 2800, Minnesota Department Executive Committee. Resolved that the National Personnel Records Center be provided the proper personnel protective equipment to maintain a sufficient number of on-site staff to fulfill Department of Veterans Affairs record requests pertaining to VA benefits while helping reduce VA's claims, inventory, and backlog. And be it finally resolved that the National Personnel Records Center, NPRC, provide a specific team of staff members to digitize veterans' records for those who served before 2000 so that the future staff can continue to fulfill VA's record request virtually for veterans who served in the 20th century. Resolution number 12 has the approval of the VA&R Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 12. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Resolution number 12, unanimous consent.
Resolution number 13, newborn care through the Department of Veterans Affairs. Origin, Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission. Resolved that the American Legion urges the Department of Veterans Affairs to cover the cost of specialty care for a newborn who is born to a veteran who is receiving maternity care through the VA, and be it further resolved that VA covers the cost of care for the newborn if life-saving care and treatment is required from a facility other than the facility where the newborn was delivered, and be it finally resolved that VA covers the cost of care if a newborn requires life-saving care past the VA's 7-day limit of care and treatment from a facility other than the facility where the newborn child was delivered. Resolution 13 has the approval of the VA&R Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 13. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Resolution 1-3, unanimous consent.
Resolution number 14, quality assurance for Department of Veterans Affairs contracted compensation and pension examinations. Origin, Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission. Resolved that the American Legion call upon the Veterans Benefits Administration's Medical Disability Examination Office to uphold its mission to improve the quality of outsourced compensation and pension examinations. And be it finally resolved that the American Legion urges Congress to pass legislation that will ensure the quality and timeliness of C&P examinations performed by the Department of Veterans Affairs contractors and ensure that they provide veterans with professional, high-quality service. Resolution number 14 has the approval of the VA and R Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 14. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution 1-4.
Resolution number 15, recognizing presumptive conditions for toxic exposure at Karshai-Kanabad K2 base in Uzbekistan. Origin, Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission. Resolved that the American Legion urges the Department of Veterans Affairs, VA, to recognize presumptive conditions for Karshai-Kanabad K2 toxic exposure based on acceptable clinical evidence from K2 veterans, as well as medical research, studies, and reports currently available in the medical community at large. And be it further resolved that should VA fail to recognize such presumptive conditions by the end of fiscal year 2021, the American Legion urges Congress to pass legislation that will recognize them. And be it further resolved that any illness found related to toxic exposure in Uzbekistan be added to the sections of federal regulations that define the Southwest Asia Theater of Operation and defines presumptive conditions, Title 38 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Sections 3.317C1 and 3.317E1 and 2, and be it further resolved that K2 veterans become eligible for all VA healthcare and disability benefits applicable to such presumptive conditions, and be it finally resolved that the American Legion urge Congress to require the Secretary of the Department of Veteran Affairs to complete a study with the Administrator of the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry on illness related to toxic exposure in Uzbekistan. Resolution number 15 has the approval of the VA and R Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt Resolutions 15. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolutions 1-5.
Resolution number 16, Reproductive Assistance and Pregnancy Counseling. Origin, Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission. Resolved that the American Legion urges Congress to pass legislation that directs the Department of Veterans Affairs, VA, to support reproductive assistance services to include in vitro fertilization for all veterans with a 60% or greater disability rating, regardless of loss of function or reproductive dysfunction. And be it further resolved that the American Legion urges Congress to pass legislation that directs the VA to support reproductive assistance services to include in vitro fertilization for all veterans with a service-connected loss of creative organ or other reproductive dysfunction. And be it finally resolved that the American Legion urges Congress to pass a, quote, pregnancy loss counseling program, close quote, which directs the VA to provide counseling to veterans who experience loss of pregnancy, regardless of causation, or provide community care options. Resolution number 16 has the approval of the VA and R Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 16. Any discussion?
Commander Ralph Bozzella, Chairman of the VA and R Commission.
Recognize Chairman Bozzella.
Yes, sir. Sir, we have a correction. on this resolution where it says 60% VA compensation rating and higher. It should be 50%. We have processed this through the library. It will be corrected on anything that's published after this point, but I just needed to make that correction for this meeting as well.
Mr. Commander, move to adopt remarks from Chairman of the VA&R Commission.
Is that a
Second.
motion? Is that a motion to amend?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to amend the original motion. Any discussion on the amendment? Any objections on the amendment? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent on the amendment. Now to the resolution with the amendment.
Motion to accept the resolution.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 16 with the amendment. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent. Adoption of resolution 16 with the amendment.
Resolution number 17, updates to Chaplains Hill monuments at Arlington National Cemetery. Origin, Register Resolution number 2795, Virginia 2020 Department Convention. Resolved that the American Legion supports the project led by the National Conference on Ministry to the Armed Forces to update the Chaplains Monument at Chaplains Hill with an additional plaque honoring 25 Protestant chaplains who died in military service in Korea, Vietnam, the Cold War, and post-9/11 conflicts, and provide a new granite monument consistent with those placed beside it. And be it further resolved that one additional name be added to the Catholic Chaplains Monument, and be it further resolved that any future names be added, if needed, to the appropriate monument, and be it finally resolved that when necessity arises, at no cost to the United States government, there be designed, developed, and placed a new monument on Chaplains Hill for chaplains of any faith who died while in active service. Resolution number 17 has the approval of the VA&R Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 17. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent. Resolution 17.
Resolution number 18, Veteran Military Sexual Trauma, MST, Claims Training. Origin, Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission. Resolved that the American Legion strongly supports legislation setting forth mandatory military sexual trauma, MST, training for individuals who are reviewing claims submitted by all veterans who have suffered MST. Resolution number 18 has the approval of the VA&R Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and second to adopt resolution 18. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent. Resolution 18.
Commander, attached to the report of the VA&R Commission is addendum A. I move the action of the VA&R Commission become the actions of the National Executive Committee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the action of the VA&R Commission to become the action of the National Executive Committee. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent. This time the chair recognizes Past National Commander Ronald F. Conley of Pennsylvania, Chairman of the TBI-PTSD Suicide Prevention Committee, for the purposes of a report.
Good day, Commander, National Officers, NEC, and distinguished guests. On May 9th, 2018, the American Legion established a suicide prevention program charged with examining recent trends in suicide prevention. Through resolution, the American Legion has resolved to conduct a biennial mental health survey to more accurately assess the veteran experience with traditional and non-traditional mental health resources. This year's mental health survey is designed to gather information on how the global COVID-19 pandemic has affected the physical and mental well-being of veterans. It is designed to help American Legion advocate for the mental health of veterans and will not be used for any other purpose. A draft of the American Legion's 2021 mental health survey has been completed and approved by the TBI PTSD Suicide Prevention Committee. This year, the American Legion's national headquarters has decided to work with a third party to increase surveys' credibility and reduce unconscious bias. On March 3rd, 2021, the American Legion TBI PTSD Suicide Prevention Committee met virtually. This year's meeting had a record 87 Legionnaires in attendance. The guest speaker for the meeting, including Matt Wettenkamp, Veteran Suicide Prevention Coordinator, and Kelly Tubbs, Acting Transition and Care Management Program Manager at the Washington, D.C. VA Medical Center. Mr. Wettenkamp served as a scout sniper in the U.S. Marine Corps from 2000 to 2004 and is a veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He has worked in veteran services field for nonprofits and public health since 2012, most recently with a focus on mental health, suicide prevention, and lethal means safety. During his presentation, Mr. Weinkamp discussed lethal means and suicide prevention using many powerful statistics, including that veterans have a high degree of familiarity with firearms and are more likely than the general population to use firearms in an attempt to end their life. With a significant increase in sales since the start of the pandemic, 50% of veterans own at least one firearm, and 1/3 report keeping at least one loaded and always unlocked firearms. Firearms are the most lethal and most common form of suicide, with 90% of attempts being fatal compared to 5% fatality rate of all other methods combined. Suicide is an impulsive act in a time of crisis, with nearly half, 48%, deciding to die by suicide in less than 10 minutes. Our second speaker was Kelly Tubbs, who is currently the Acting Transition and Care Management Program Manager for the Washington, D.C. VA-MC. During his presentation, Mr. Tubbs described the challenges VA faced in providing care to individuals suffering from PTSD and suicide ideation using recent cases from 2020. Lastly, the American Legion TBI PTSD Suicide Prevention Coordinator, Joshua Hastings, presented a resolution pertaining to TBI PTSD and suicide prevention titled Lethal Means and Suicide Prevention, which resolved that the American Legion raise awareness of lethal means safety as it relates to veteran suicides, and resolved the American Legion will support suicide prevention aimed at lethal means safety, so long as such initiatives do not encroach on one's constitutional right to bear arms. The resolution received strong support from the TBI PTSD Suicide Prevention Committee and was recommended to the VA&R Commission for adoption without any revisions. I encourage each and every one of you to go to the American Legion National website and look up the results of our survey dealing with TBI, PTSD, suicide prevention. Also, I want to make sure that everybody's clear as we move forward that we are not promoting the take away the Second Amendment right, that everybody has a right to bear arms. Thank you for your attention.
Commander, motion to receive and file report of TBI PTSD Suicide Prevention Committee.
Second.
We have a motion and second to receive and file the report of the TBI PTSD Suicide Prevention Committee. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Next order of business, Chair recognizes the Reverend Daniel J. Seehafer of Wisconsin, Chairman of the Veterans Employment and Education Commission, for his report.
Commander Oxford, distinguished members of the National Executive Committee, and fellow Legionnaires, thank you for the opportunity to highlight the work of your National Veterans Employment and Education Commission. On March 17th, I organized a call with VE&E, division staff, and committee chairs to consider new matters to be brought to the National Executive Committee. From this, we have forwarded 2 resolutions you will find in your packet. As America charts its course through a post-COVID economic and health landscape, what has become certain is that we will be more tethered to the virtual world than ever before. The pandemic has accelerated existing trends in remote work, e-commerce, and telehealth beyond expectations, and there's no turning back. During this transformational shift, we cannot turn our back on veterans in rural areas that lack the utilities to participate in the new landscape. From the Appalachian Hills to the Sierra Nevada valleys, lack of advanced telecommunications has hampered economic development and suffocated small-town investment. Over 5.6 million veterans live in these rural or small-town communities. We recognize that their community prosperity can only truly be achieved by connecting rural America to high-speed internet and urge the FCC and Departments of Agriculture and Commerce to prioritize broadband expansion for rural Americans. The second resolution in your packet calls on the federal government to renew its promise to improve government-wide recruiting and retention of veteran employees across federal departments and agencies. Almost 12 years ago, Executive Order 13518 created the Veterans Employment Initiative to boost the employment of military veterans in federal government. And while significant strides were made in the first 4 years of that initiative, no government-wide veterans recruitment and employment strategic plan has been released since 2014. This resolution calls on the White House to renew its commitment to recruiting veterans and develop a plan to support hiring the next generation of veterans. As the American Legion advocates for our government to better support veterans, we continue to practice what we preach. At the height of the epidemic, we launched a COVID-19 impact survey that received over 20,000 veterans' responses and reached out to over 600 requests for assistance. We also took our renowned job fairs online, hosting 3 virtual hiring fairs, attracting over 1,800 participants, and are excited to host our next one on June 10th with the Department of Texas. In the area of employment awards, this year we received 41 nominations from across the American Legion. We commend those departments advocating employers to hire veterans and encourage all to learn about these winners in your packet. To help hiring managers understand veterans' unique skill sets, we've also released our landmark 60-page report on the future of credentialing service members and veterans, empowering employers to leverage partners, policies, and resources that make successful veterans hiring pipelines happen. In conclusion, we appreciate all of your assistance in helping veterans and their families obtain gainful employment and successfully transition into civilian life. We look forward to your continued support and involvement. Commander, thank you. God bless. And this concludes my report.
Commander, motion to receive and file a report of the Veterans Affairs and Education Commission with the exception of 2 resolutions. There is no addendum.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report of the Veterans Employment and Education Commission with the exception of 2 resolutions. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent.
Resolution number 1, expansion of broadband in rural areas. Origin, Veterans Employment and Education Commission. Resolved that the American Legion urges the Federal Communications Commission, open parentheses, FCC, close parentheses, United States Department of Agriculture, open parentheses, USDA, close parentheses, and Department of Congress, open parentheses, DOC, close parentheses, to prioritize the expansion of broadband in rural America. And be it further resolved that the FCC, USDA, and DOC continue to identify where gaps in broadband deployment still exist. And be it further resolved that the FCC and USDA improve broadband mapping data and information that will aid in advancing efforts to close the digital divide. And be it further resolved that the FCC, USDA, and DOC improve loans and grants transparency and reporting. And be it finally resolved that the FCC, USDA, and DOC engage with private and public partners to effectively identify and address broadband deployment challenges. Resolution number 1 has the approval of the Veterans Employment and Education Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and second to adopt resolution number 1. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution number 1.
Resolution number 2, improve the Veterans Employment Initiative. Origin, Veterans Employment and Education Commission. Resolved that Executive Order 13518 be amended to include mandatory operational plans and measurable specific goals and metrics to better assess the effects and assess successes of the Veterans Employment Initiative. And be it further resolved that Executive Order 13518 and the Veterans Employment Initiative be amended to include all federal agencies and departments. And be it finally resolved that every federal agency commit full-time staff and resources to develop Veterans Employment Program offices to align the talents and mission-critical occupational skills of transitioning service members with federal positions, exploring program collaboration opportunities, with the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Defense, and increasing the recruitment of veterans and their families. Resolution number 2 has the approval of the Veterans Employment and Education Commission and your Subcommittee on Resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent, resolution number 2. Next order of business, Chair recognizes Internal Affairs Commission Chairman Robert E. Newman of Indiana for the purposes of a report.
Commander, thank you for the opportunity to serve as your chairman. Members of the National Executive Committee, fellow Legionnaires, ladies and gentlemen, you have my report of our actions and deliberations before you. I draw your attention to the great work the Sons of the American Legion and the Legion Riders have accomplished, and I commend every department for supporting these 2 great programs. The Commission reviewed 13 resolutions, and our recommended action on each is in our report, except for the Distinguished Service Medal, which will be considered in executive session. Last fall, Resolution 36 was passed to assist posts impacted by the public health protection restrictions implemented in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Mission Blue Post Assistance Program grant to date has approved 405 grants for a grand total of $404,616. We are concerned about the low number of posts taking advantage of this program at this date. The spring storms have started, and we are positioned to provide our members and their families with immediate assistance. For anyone in our departments who has questions on the NEF program, there is an excellent training video and PowerPoint on the national website at www.legion.org/training/Tuesdays. Operation Comfort Warriors is a program dedicated to meeting the needs of wounded, injured, or ill veterans and military personnel by providing them with comfort items normally not supplied by the government. This program highlights the great work the American Legion can do for our veterans. We have granted 14 grants for $73,916.37 so far in 2021. A good news story from the pandemic, we have learned new ways to offer training to our members. I would like to bring your attention to what we have done with Training Tuesdays. On the last Tuesday of each month, training is offered on a variety of topics aimed at furthering members' knowledge of the organization. Last month, we had over 800 attendees learn more about My Legion. Please pass this on to the members in your department so they can virtually attend. After my report, you will hear from M&PA Committee Chairman Bowen. I would like to mention, though, how we need to focus our efforts on growing the organization. We do not want a stagnant membership base. It affects everything: fewer members, less activity, less new leaders, less new ideas, fewer volunteers, and the list goes on and on. The first area we should focus on is retention. It has been said we bring them in and do not engage them properly. It is everyone's responsibility in this room to engage our members. We need to inform and educate these new members. Don't ask anything from them until they know and understand what we do. We need to show them their value of membership in this great organization. Mentoring is an essential tool in the engagement process. Lastly, Buddy Check continues to grow and should be a leadership tool used as often as possible. It is used as a health and welfare check on our members. We need to check on them and find out what we can do for them and their families. Let them know of all the outstanding Legion programs available to them. Commander, I submit my report and our resolutions for the action of the National Executive Committee with my deepest respect and appreciation for the support and encouragement we enjoy from this body.
Thank you, Chairman Newman. I'd like to recognize the chairman at this time for another comment.
Yes, if it would please the NEC, on our written report on page 5, the first paragraph under SAL Commanders Advisory Committee, we would like the first paragraph struck for further study at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commander, motion to receive and file the report of the Internal Affairs Commission as amended with the exception of 3 resolutions and 2 addenda.
Second.
We have a motion and second to receive and file the report of the Internal Affairs Commission as amended with the exception of 3 resolutions and 2 addenda. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent.
Resolution number 3, support of the Presidential Medal of Freedom Award. Origin, Internal Affairs Commission. Resolved that the American Legion supports and encourages the awarding of the Presidential Medal of Freedom to be presented to Joseph L. Galloway. Resolution number 3 has the approval of the Internal Affairs Commission and your Subcommittee on Resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 3. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution number 3.
Resolution number 4, Department Adjutant appointment to the American Legion Riders Advisory Committee. Origin, Internal Affairs Commission. Resolved that the outline of authorization, membership, and purpose for commissions and committees shall be updated to reflect that at least one consultant appointment to the American Legion Riders Advisory Committee, which is assigned to the Internal Affairs Commission, be a department adjutant, who is also a Legion Rider, and read as follows. The American Legion Riders Advisory Committee shall consist of a chairman, a vice chairman, and not to exceed 7 members selected at large, provided, however, that the chairman shall not be appointed from among the members of the committee, and the vice chairman shall be appointed from among the members of the committee. Appointments to fill expiring terms shall be made annually at each fall meeting of the National Executive Committee, and such appointments shall be for terms of 3 years. The National Commander is authorized to make such interim appointments as may be required to fill vacancies in unexpired terms, subject to ratification by the National Executive Committee at its next ensuing meeting. At its fall meeting each year, the National Executive Committee shall appoint, upon nomination by the National Commander, a chairman and a vice chairman of the committee to serve in such capacity for 1 year. Also, there is authorized to be affiliated with this committee as many consultants as deem appropriate and necessary, but at least one who is a department adjutant as well as a Legion Rider. Resolution number 4 has the approval of the American Legion Riders Advisory Committee, the Internal Affairs Commission, and your Subcommittee on Resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 4. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution number 4.
Resolution number 5, guidelines for the American Legion Riders National Program. Origin, Internal Affairs Commission. Resolved that all American Legion Riders ALR groups be organized as programs supported by a post, department, or other duly constituted department governing body of the American Legion, and shall uphold the declared principles of the American Legion as well as conform to and abide by the laws, regulations, and decisions of their department, post, and other duly constituted department governing body. And be it further resolved that because the American Legion owns, controls, protects, and defends the American Legion's intellectual property composed of trademarks, emblems, and copyrights, emblems, the following guidelines are required to fulfill protective standards. Number 1, all members of the ALR should be current members of the American Legion, Sons of the American Legion, or American Legion Auxiliary. Number 2, each ALR member shall establish and maintain ALR membership by owning, individually or through marriage, a common law marriage, a life partnership, or a long-term relationship, a motorcycle license, and insured as required by the ALR member state laws. Number 3, ALR programs may allow for continued ALR membership for those ALR members who have given up motorcycle ownership because of age, illness, injury, or other reasons outside the ALR members' control. Number 4, ALR programs may allow current members of the American Legion family to join ALR chapters as supporting members. Number 5, the only approved titles for ALR officers shall be a chairman and vice chairman or director and assistant director. Number 6, all ALR members shall maintain the image of the American Legion, protect the American Legion emblems, which symbolize the integrity and principles of the American Legion. And if wearing emblem sales, then the emblem item will be American Legion authorized emblems. Number 7, ALR members' vests should display the integrity, principles, and values of the American Legion. And the ALR, by avoiding patches or pins with explicit or offensive language and or images and political or partisan language or images, since the American Legion is a nonpartisan organization. Number 8, the ALR chapter should strive to represent the virtues, values, ethics, and morals of the American Legion in support of freedom, democracy, and the safety of our citizens. Number 9, per NEC Resolution number 37, May 4th and 5th, 1988, ALR chapters do not have the authority to enter into any formal association or club, council membership with any outside organization that may act or vote in any manner outside the control of the American Legion. Number 10, all ALR members shall obey the laws of the respective state and or the states in which they reside. Number 11, the ALR chapter sponsoring organization, post, district, and or department are strongly urged to review liability insurance coverage to ensure that adequate insurance coverage is available to cover the sponsoring organization, including insurance coverage for any specific riding event. And be it further resolved that the American Legion Riders Program shall abide by the American Legion National Constitution and national bylaws, as well as their established post, district, and department directives. And be it further resolved that the American Legion National Headquarters and the respective departments shall maintain general oversight of the American Legion program in regard to proper use of the emblems of the American Legion, the American Legion Riders, and the American Legion Legacy Ride, and to ensure compliance with the American Legion National Constitution and national bylaws. And be it finally resolved that resolution number 19, NEC October 2020, subject updated program guidelines for the American Legion Riders ALR National Program, is hereby superseded and rescinded. Resolution number 5 has the approval of the American Legion Riders Advisory Committee, the Internal Affairs Commission, and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 5. I'd like to call on NEC person from Arizona, Judy Beshel.
Thank you, Commander. I want to thank the Internal Affairs Committee for taking a relook at this resolution, and this resolution actually addresses all but 2 of our concerns. My first is actually a question, because the original resolution 19 superseded resolution 32 and 35. Does that need to be included in this resolution now that we are rescinding resolution 19?
Based on the opinion of the National Judge Advocate, no.
Okay. Then our only other concern is with number 5. And because over half of our chapters in Arizona use the title of president, which they feel is more appropriate than director, we would like to see number 5 reworded to simply prohibit the word commander or vice commander by the ALR chapters and allow a president or a director to still be utilized.
Judy, was that a motion or was that just a comment?
I will put that in the form of a motion. I will put that in the form of an amendment to word number 5 to simply say that it prohibits the words commander or vice commander in the titles for American Legion chapters.
We need a full statement of the motion, because I'm certain we don't have that motion, right?
She reading from an old resolution.
Well, we're going to...
Without this resolution doesn't prohibit anything.
To address this, could you please state your motion in proper form so that we can get this transcribed, so the record will reflect exactly what you would like the amendment to state, please?
Yes. One second, I actually have this written down for you. Bear with me 1 second. I got an awful lot of papers laying around here. Okay. Reword number 5 to simply prohibit use of the title commander or vice commander by an ALR chapter.
From the wrong resolution. The current resolution says something different.
She wants to amend it. That's what she's trying to do.
That's what she's trying to do.
So, to clarify, say your motion one more time. So the motion to amend Resolution 5, Sub 5 is going to say what now?
Simply prohibit the use of the title commander or vice commander by an ALR chapter.
We don't need to do that because this is the only approved title.
I'm confused.
All right, you gotta recognize Jake Coleman.
Okay, so, well, we have to have
I mean, we need to handle her motion.
she has to have,
Is there a second?
we have to ask for a second, if there's a second to change it. She has
Okay,
a motion.
we have a motion to amend Resolution 5,
Sub 5.
Sub 5.
Is there a second?
Is there a second? Hearing
I'll
none.
second that for purpose of discussion.
Who second?
NEC Urig, Wyoming,
Okay.
Any discussion?
for purpose of discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for further discussion. Is there any further discussion? Like to recognize Past National Commander Comer.
Yes, I'm certainly against this amendment. I appreciate the NEC for her efforts, but we've gone over this months after months after months, and finally the Riders Committee has come up with something that I was not even for, but I acquiesced and I accepted. Remember this, they want to change it to president. The Riders have the Legion, the Auxiliary, and the Sons. They're all part of the Riders. And the president then reflects on the president of your unit, or president of the department. That's why we didn't want the commander, because there's only one commander, national commander, state commander, post commander. There's only one president. But we accept the directive because that's what the patches say. And I strongly urge the NEC to vote down this amendment because we finally have agreed to chairman or director, and that's the way it should be.
Thank you, Commander. I'd like to recognize Tim Smith, NEC man.
Yes, Commander, we've discussed this in detail in Oklahoma, and I agree that director or chairman would be best for the long run because of the confusion with the president of the auxiliary. Out of our post, we've actually passed a resolution that if you're the director of ALR, you can't be the post commander, unit president, or the Sons commander. You only wear one top hat. So sadly, I don't like that motion, and I will have a vote against it. Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion?
Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Yes, there is.
I'd like to recognize Past National Commander Rich Santos.
He's on mute.
Commander, you're muted.
Commander, I am against the motion. I feel we need continuity in the titles within our organizations. We've worked very hard in other departments to finally get all of the chapters to agree to be directors for their titles, or the individual be director for his titles. This is going backwards. I think we should maintain the directors and move forward from that. Thank you, Commander.
Thank you, Commander. Any further discussion on the amendment to the motion? All in favor of the amendment to resolution number 5? Raise your hand if you're in favor of the amendment to resolution number 5.
There's one. So we have one. Okay. We have one. All those in the amendment fails.
Commander, is that the amended motion or for? Okay.
That is the amendment to the motion. I'd like to recognize
All right.
Paul Espinoza.
No, we're in the vote.
Okay, sorry,
Paul
my
Espinoza's
fault, not
voting
wrong.
against it.
Okay,
And so, no, Judy Beischel voted against it.
okay.
So that amendment.
So it appears there are 2 votes in favor of the amendment to resolution number 5. That amendment fails. Is there any other?
Now we go to the original motion.
Right. Any other discussion about the original resolution number 5? Is there any objections to resolution number 5? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Resolution number 5. Unanimous? No, it's not unanimous.
Commander, attached to the report of the Internal Affairs Commission are addendum A and B. I move the actions of the Internal Affairs Commission become the actions of the National Executive Committee.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the action of the Internal Affairs Commission become the action of the National Executive Committee. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent. This time the chair recognizes John W. Bowen of Colorado, Chairman of the Membership and Post Activities Committee, for the purposes of a report.
National Commander Oxford, members of the National Executive Committee, national officers and guests, Legionnaires all. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you today on matters related to membership and post activities. You have a copy of my written report. In it, you will find updated information on the 95% target date, DMS, membership renewals, as well as online renewals. As you know, National Commander Oxford's theme is a foundation for the future. And that foundation, the American Legion's 4 pillars are built upon, is membership. You've heard it before. Membership is one of the most challenging aspects we continually deal with as leaders. We realize membership is not always easy, but a successful membership program is critical if we are to continue supporting our 4 pillars, especially helping our veterans and their families. It requires us to be proactive, roll up our sleeves, and put in the effort. To achieve one of Commander Oxford's goals of a 90% renewal rate, we introduced Operation Comeback in late January. This program challenged our departments and posts to concentrate on working their expired lists and renewals through 15 March. Statistics show this campaign produced positive results for increasing our renewal rates and membership totals across the organization, and we were able to bring more than 100,000 Legionnaires back into the American Legion. For the 2022 membership campaign, we plan to roll out 2 phases of Operation Comeback. The initial phase will start in October, and the second phase will start in January 2022. And this needs to become our standard way of working membership retention. So what comprises a retention program? It includes engaging our members by conducting buddy checks, not just when it's time to pay dues, but Chairman Newman stated in the past, it must be a routine leadership tool to check on our members' health and welfare. We can make phone calls, send out letters and emails, and we should all be taking advantage of technology and set up a virtual visit through Zoom or a similar medium to ensure our members are not left behind. It's really nothing more than communication and showing our members they're valued. As Independence Day fast approaches, we need to prepare for our buddy checks and ensure we have our rosters ready to go and proper points of contact when we call and discover somebody needs assistance. So what are some things we can do to improve our retention rate? We have to educate our members and encourage them to take the basic training course. We have to invite them to post and district training events, and we have to mentor them to be successful Legionnaires. As you know, last August, we conducted a virtual membership workshop, during which we offered a series of one-hour training sessions over 4 days. According to feedback we received, this was a tremendous success, and it allowed many Legionnaires who would not have normally been able to participate a chance to receive the training and information firsthand. Because the decision was made to conduct the membership workshop virtually again this year, we're planning to do something very similar. We believe training is key to a successful membership program. We have to arm our members with all the great benefits of membership and educate them about our traditions and history so they can share our story with others. Additionally, we are planning to bring back the one-on-one meetings between the leading candidate and our department leaders. Our plan is to schedule departments separately, giving them about a 15-minute window to talk with the leading candidate, our national vice commander candidates, and their respective MMPA support. We believe this is an important time to start building that team relationship so critical for a successful membership plan. You may recall we introduced Training Tuesday last October. These one-hour training sessions are offered on the last Tuesday of each month, and the subjects are based on feedback we receive from our membership on what they feel is needed most. These sessions are constantly changing to ensure we are meeting expectations of our members on what they need to be successful. We are also developing a lunch and learn with 30-minute sessions intended to engage new members. By actively engaging these members, we will not only put them in a position to succeed, we will show them we care about their personal growth in the American Legion. Additionally, we're working with Bill West, adjutant for the Department of Texas, and some of his counterparts to develop new post-adjutant training sessions. With these and other training opportunities and virtual meetings, there is absolutely no excuse for us not to be able to offer training at all levels of the organization at any given time. And when we do this, retention is no longer a goal, it is a given. But when we meet Commander Oxford's 90% renewal rate, we will still be short of our overall membership goal, so we cannot grow membership alone through retention. We have to engage veterans and ask them to join. And with the passage of the Legion Act in 2019, the potential pool of qualified veterans rose by another 3+ million. This all sounds pretty easy to do, but many Legionnaires may not feel comfortable recruiting new members, talking to existing members about their duel, or connecting with today's military. That is, again, where training comes into play. We have to use any and all chances to teach Legionnaires on some of the basic items we may take for granted. We want them to feel at ease and know how to sell the American Legion. Ultimately, whatever we do, our engagement efforts have to continue to adapt and overcome during these crazy times. In the end, we'll be better for it. We have to continue to find innovative ways to engage veterans. Social media can be used to show off what our posts are doing and engage veterans who are not yet members. It is important for us to utilize this tool to get the word out about the great things the American Legion does for veterans and their communities. You know, it is an honor and privilege to be a member. It is also our responsibility to engage all veterans and ask them to join, no matter their race, religion, creed, or gender. We need to welcome them into our ranks. Commander Oxford's last goal is for all our departments to submit 100% of their consolidated post reports by the July 1 deadline. You know, we talk about being the best kept secret and that we need to toot our own horn more, right? Well, by increasing our response rate on the consolidated post report, we can accomplish this task. Commander Oxford can then go before Congress and report on 100% of post activities rather than the 71% we received this past year. With these goals before us, I want to remind everyone about reaching out to military, whether it is a recruiting station, a National Guard armory, or a large military installation. The American Legion has always taken to heart to provide support to the military and their families. Commander, thank you for allowing me to serve this past year as chairman of Membership and Post Activities Committee. I have learned much over the past year and have enjoyed working with an amazing group of volunteers and professional staff members in internal affairs and membership and post activity. I can tell you without hesitation that all commission, committee, and staff members care about the American Legion and the veterans we serve. I am firmly convinced that by working together at the post, district, county, department, and national levels, we can reverse the downward trend we have witnessed over the past few years. In closing, I stated at our fall meetings, there is no question we are living in unprecedented times, but we must remember we are not that special. Every generation before us had an unprecedented event occur that defined their generation. Our rich history tells the stories of how we work together to overcome and respond to those events. So what will history record about our response? Will it read that we stayed home with doors locked, waiting for the crisis to go away? Or will it reflect that as American veterans, we stepped up to be part of the solution rather than be part of the problem? I submit to you, it needs to say, the American Legion was there for our veterans and community then. We are there now, and we will be there always. Then, now, always. Thank you again for allowing me the time to address this distinguished group. Commander, this concludes my report.
Commander, motion to receive and file the report of the Membership and Post Activities Committee.
Second.
Hang on. We have a motion and a second to receive and file a report of the Membership and Post Activities Committee. I'd like to call on John Knox, NEC-man, for a comment.
Mr. Commander, thank you. I have been contacted by my department commander and department adjutant about the concerns of my Legion of not getting membership reports in accurately, and they would want to know if the National is going to address this problem in the near future. And I cannot believe that Michigan is the only one having issues with my Legion. Thank you.
Could we ask David Sutton to come up and possibly address that issue? The National IT Director? Thank you for that comment, John.
You're welcome, Commander.
We are rapidly moving through. There we go. Are we working now? Yes. Thank you for the question. You are correct. Michigan is not the only one who is having issues. Many of these issues have been a result of the over 100 million records that we have transferred from the old MyLegion MMIS system into the new Personify platform. We are working rapidly to correct those and ensure that the membership reports that we are putting out there are correct. As many of you are aware, we have set up different avenues for reporting these issues, and we are moving as quickly as we can to contact those who are reporting problems to resolve those problems. Thank you for your question. Commander?
Are there any other questions or discussions?
Commander.
I'd like to recognize the NEC from Utah, Terry Schau.
They're Terry Schau, Utah. One concern that I've had raised by our folks is that we not be penalized in reporting deadlines or other requirements that are out there, and hopefully we can address that. You know, anytime you do an IT change, it's challenging, it's huge. but perhaps we could have someone address that relative to deadlines and reporting requirements that may or may not be missed as a result of challenges in the new IT system.
Chairman Newman, can you address those concerns?
No, I think the the staff is doing this as fast and reasonable as possible. Anytime that you have 100 million records that you're going to put from one place to another, there's bound to be some glitches. Had they known that they were going to be glitches beforehand, they would have obviously taken care of them prior to doing this. But as it is, you hate to say it, but what it is, it is. And they're doing their best to straighten everything out.
Commander, this is Jay Bowen.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. To follow on and pile on to Chairman Newman, you may recall that traditionally our 95 and 100% target dates for membership reporting occur in April and May respectively. Well, knowing the issues we had with Personify, we extended the 95% date to 9 May and the 100% target, or 12 May, I'm sorry, and the 100% target date to June. And that is because of what's going on with the Personify. And we'll continue to look at that and see if we can do anything else with it. But please understand too that the deadlines, we are up against many, many things. It's not just recognition of departments for hitting membership. It falls into line with so many other things that piggybacks off of that.
Thank you, Chairman Jay. I'd like to recognize Paul Espinosa, NEC from New Mexico.
Yeah, my name is Paul Espinosa, NEC from New Mexico. Yeah, we're also having problems here in New Mexico, along with many other problems putting down our CPRs and everything else. My question is there any other numbers other than they're listed on emails to get a hold of people back in Indianapolis to help out with these issues? Anybody we can talk to, because the numbers that are listed, they're really backed up when we're having this problem with the mylegion.org. Is there any other numbers we can call that we could give out to our organization, our department here in New Mexico to help out with these issues? Thank you, Commander.
Thank you, Paul. David, you want to break the bad news?
As much as I hate to say it, those are the numbers that we have. We are moving through them as quickly as we can. We attempt to collate every issue that comes in to see if it's an existing or new. After that has been evaluated, it goes into a process where we thereby assign a priority, and we return those as quickly as possible. If you are having an issue and feel like you have not been contacted in a reasonable amount of time, please feel free to contact me directly. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any further discussion on the motion? Are there any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries to receive and file the report of the Membership and Post Activities Commission. At this time, Chair recognizes Americanism Commission Chairman Richard W. Anderson of Connecticut for the purposes of a report which will include a video about our youth programs.
National Commander Oxford and members of the National Executive Committee, I am privileged to report on the actions of your Americanism Commission. Copies of my detailed written report have been distributed for your review, so I'll only brief you on some of the highlights from our meetings. This year, there were 1,075 Legacy Scholarship applications opened. Of those numbers, 541 were completed, and of those, 127 demonstrated both verifiable eligibility and financial need. And of those, there were 32 American Legion Legacy Scholarships awarded this year. Scholarships were awarded to 5 children of the fallen and to 27 children of disabled veterans. Total dollar amount for 2021 Legacy Scholarships awarded was $3,057,228. The Commission wishes to extend its congratulations to the Department of California for having the 2021 American Legion Eagle Scout of the Year, John McPhee. Although it was necessary to again cancel the National Oratorical Contest earlier this year due to lingering effects of the corona pandemic, things are a go for the National Youth Programs for the remainder of the year. The Junior Shooting Sports National Championship in Colorado Springs, Boys Nation in Washington, D.C., and regional baseball tournaments and the American Legion World Series in Shelby, North Carolina. All National Youth Programs will be observing CDC guidelines in addition to any applicable state and local mandates, so you will see some COVID risk mitigation accommodations being made. But an outstanding time is still expected for all. The Commission is very excited to return to Legion Youth Programs to the youth of our nation. Youth programs they have been patiently waiting for and deserve. Coming before this body are 3 resolutions for which the Commission wishes to seek approval from the NEC. The first of the resolutions is titled Raising Awareness of the Presumptive Service-Connected Condition Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis, ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. It originates from the American Commission. However, it was initiated at this excellent suggestion of past National Commander David Rabine. This resolution calls for American Legion Baseball to follow suit with Major League Baseball's new annual tradition of bringing a greater awareness to the condition of Lou Gehrig's disease. Just as Major League Baseball teams will begin doing annually on June 2nd, this resolution strongly encourages every American Legion baseball team to also observe a moment of silence before their games each year on June 2nd in memory of Lou Gehrig, who died on June 2nd, 1941 at the age of 37, as well as in memory of all veterans who suffer or who have died from Lou Gehrig's disease, a presumptive service-connected disease. This resolution has concurrence of the VA&R Commission, and both commissions thanks the National Executive Committee for its consideration of this resolution. And also, on behalf of both commissions, I personally wish to thank Pastoral Nest Commander Rabine for his excellent suggestion, which not only gives honor to the memory of a baseball great, but also to the vast number of veterans who are suffering from or have succumbed to Lou Gehrig's disease. The second resolution is titled Authority to Temporarily Amend, Delay, or Suspend Rules or Policies of National Youth Programs. This resolution calls for authorizing the American Commission, with concurrence of the National Commander, to temporarily amend, delay, or suspend any established rule or policy of a national youth program when a program is subjected to the occurrence of certain extenuating circumstances beyond control of the American Legion. The impetus of this resolution came through the far-reaching and enduring impact of the 2020-2021 coronavirus pandemic. The pandemic illustrated the need for having a degree of measured flexibility for amending national youth program rules and formal policies in the interest of benefiting youth to the greatest extent possible under extenuating circumstances. Lastly, the Americanism Commission put forth resolution titled Applicability of Resolution Number 28, titled Citizenship, Residency, or Visitor Status for Youth Participation in American Legion Youth Programs at the national level. The catalyst of this clarifying resolution occurred when confusion arose by a department oratorical chairman regarding the applicability of the currently existing Resolution Number 28 of the Spring 2018 NEC. Resolution Number 28 states that all youth participating in any national level program must be in the United States in a legal status, either through birthright or naturalized citizenship, through legal permanent residency, commonly referred to as a green card, or in a legal visitor status such as a visa or passport. Oratorical program rules, however, specifically state that a contestant is only eligible to compete in the National Oratorical Contest if they are a U.S. citizen or are a permanent lawful resident of the United States. That oratorical rule does not allow youth who are visiting the U.S. in a legal but temporary status on a visa or passport to compete in the National Oratorical Contest. The resolution presented today seeks to clarify that Resolution Number 28 is not intended to supersede or replace any official youth program and is intended solely to ensure that youth program participants of national youth programs are adhering to the law by being in the United States in a legal status prior to their participation. Mr. Commander and members of the National Executive Committee, subject to any questions, that concludes my report. And the Americanism Commission thanks you for your longstanding support.
Responsible citizenship. American Legion youth programs have been defining that concept for generations. American Legion Boys State and Boys Nation have inspired future leaders, governors, members of Congress, astronauts, mayors, judges, business leaders, and even one president of the United States. American Legion Baseball has cultivated major league stars, World Series champions, Hall of Famers, coaches, educators, and even one Vietnam War Medal of Honor hero. American Legion oratorical contestants have gone on to successful careers in law, government, media, education, and entertainment, including a presidential candidate. American Legion junior shooting sports competitors have discovered what it takes to practice hard and perform individually to achieve excellence. As part of a team, including one Olympic gold medalist. Participants in the American Legion's Youth Cadet Law Enforcement learn from the best how to protect and serve the public, including hundreds of active officers and first responders across the country. These American Legion youth programs and others have one common denominator. No matter the competition or nature of it, be it on the baseball diamond, in front of a microphone, or peering into the center of a target, responsible citizenship is the driving force behind all of it. The American Legion was built on the ideal that the world's strongest nations are populated by citizens who understand and care about their country and all it stands for. And service to the country is a lifelong commitment, a responsibility, whether you're in uniform or not. That ideal is etched in the hearts and souls of all those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. Upon enlistment, each one swore with his or her life to protect, defend, and bear true faith and allegiance to our nation and its Constitution. Wartime veterans of the American Legion proudly lead youth programs because the future of a free, strong, and prosperous nation depends on responsible, active citizenship among young people. That is why the American Legion operates not to serve or please itself. The American Legion instead is built on selfless service. Veterans Strengthening America. To understand the meaning of those words, consider the American Legion's most sacred purposes: care, compassion, and respect for all U.S. military veterans who sacrifice some or all of their lives so we can live in freedom. Support for the men and women who continue to take the oath, pledging to stand in harm's way, no matter the danger, as members of our nation's armed forces. Reverence for our flag and pride in all it symbolizes, at home and around the world. Honored remembrance of all who served before us. Urgent, effective response to catastrophes and unexpected challenges, from hurricanes and floods to a global pandemic that disrupt our way of life. A chance to succeed for children who face difficulties not of their making, victims of abuse, neglect, disease, or disaster. Education and career opportunities through millions of dollars in college scholarships every year. And of course, provision of youth programs that help future generations of Americans become proud, responsible citizens and community leaders. The American Legion is the nation's largest veteran service organization. Together with the American Legion Auxiliary and the Sons of the American Legion, we number nearly 3 million in all 50 states and around the world. We come in all ages, shapes, colors, and sizes. Men and women proud to have served and determined to continue driving forward the importance of responsible citizenship through what we call individual obligation to the community, state, and nation. This is nothing new. For over a century, the all-volunteer American Legion has been making positive differences in our nation. The American Legion drafted GI Bill of Rights, educated tens of millions, and stimulated decades of economic prosperity, not just in the United States, but around the world. The American Legion has held government accountable and demanded fair treatment of veterans who came home disabled or changed by wartime service. The American Legion has demanded attention and support for a strong national defense in times of war and peace alike. The U.S. Flag Code was born of American Legion advocacy. So was the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall, and numerous laws and ordinances that seek to keep our communities, states, and nation free, safe, and prosperous. The American Legion played an important support role in the success of such organizations as the American Heart Association, the American Psychiatric Association, and has stood as an important ally to the National Education Association, the American Red Cross, and of course, the Department of Veterans Affairs. The American Legion is composed of no particular political party. Nonpartisanship is written into our Constitution. The American Legion believes that all people of our nation are entitled to fair and equal justice, freedom, and democracy. Above all, the American Legion believes in the power of veterans strengthening America. And the cornerstone of that belief, from blood donors to classroom volunteers, is responsible citizenship in a land that veterans know especially is one worth serving.
Commander Oxford and those in attendance today, I hope everyone enjoyed and values as much as I do this brand new video titled American Legion Youth Programs and Responsible Citizenship. The Media and Communications Division did an absolutely phenomenal job in producing this video. It captures the driving force that is truly behind all our youth programs. I have great pride each time I watch this video because it not only unfolds insight into each of our youth programs, but also who the American Legion is, with our enduring impact and why we are driven to do what we do for the youth of our nation, for our communities, for service members and fellow veterans and their families. I feel it is especially important for the young people who participate in our youth programs to gain that awareness. So I have asked the National Headquarters staff to show this video during each of our national youth programs every year. As NEC men, I urge you to share the availability of this video with your department and posts, and I hope you will also strongly encourage them to show it during their youth programs, and perhaps also as a means for introducing the Legion to community members or prospective Legion members. The video is available for download from the Legion's YouTube channel via the Legion website. Mr. Commander, that concludes my report once again, and I thank you for the opportunity and on behalf of the Commission to come before you today. And that concludes my report, sir. If there's any questions, we'd be happy to respond to them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would wholeheartedly support and endorse that video be shown to all people who are interested and all participants in our youth programs of the American Legion.
Commander, motion to receive and file report of Americanism Commission with the exception of 3 resolutions and 1 addendum.
We have a motion. We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report of the National Americanism Commission with the exception of 3 resolutions and 1 addendum. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent.
Resolution number 6, raising awareness of the presumptive service-connected condition amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Origin, Americanism Commission. Resolved that the American Legion Baseball program follows suit with the Major League Baseball in bringing greater awareness to the condition of Lou Gehrig's disease by strongly encouraging every American Legion baseball team to observe a moment of silence before their games each year on June the 2nd in memory of Major League Baseball's great Lou Gehrig and all veterans who suffer or have died from ALS, a presumptive service-connected disease. And be it further resolved that this annual commemoration be promoted by national headquarters in all media channels deemed appropriate, and any resources needed for such be handled through the normal budgeting process. And be it finally resolved that the American Legion baseball teams and posts are encouraged to also promote this annual commemoration within their own local communities. Resolution number 6 has the approval of the VA&R Commission, the Americanism Commission, and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 6. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent. Resolution number 6.
Resolution number 7. Authority to temporarily amend, delay, or suspend rules for policies of national youth programs. Origin, Americanism Commission. Resolved that the Americanism Commission is authorized with concurrence of the national commander to temporarily amend, delay, or suspend any established rule or policy of a national youth program when a program is subject to the occurrence of a circumstance beyond the control of the American Legion, such as acts of God, war against the United States, acts of specific threats of terrorism against the United States, reasonable fear for personal safety of attendees, pandemic, epidemic, disease or illness, government regulations, public health threats as determined or recognized by the Centers for Disease Control or by state or local public health agencies, curtailment of transportation facilities, preventing or unreasonably delaying youth participants from attending, disaster, strikes, civil disorder, or any other cause beyond the control of the American Legion, whereby making it impossible, illegal, impractical, or inadvisable to conduct a youth program in accordance with established rules or policies. And be it finally resolved that this provision shall be included in writing among all rules and policies of all national youth programs of the American Legion. Resolution number 7 has the approval of the Americanism Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 7. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent. Resolution number 7.
Resolution number 8, applicability of resolution number 28, titled Citizenship, Residency, or Visitor Status for Youth Participation in American Legion Youth Programs at the national level. Origin, Americanism Commission. Resolved that resolution number 28, approved by the National Executive Committee of the American Legion at its 2018 spring meetings, titled Citizenship, Residency, or Visitor Status for Youth Participation in American Legion Youth Programs at the national level, is intended solely for ensuring that youth participants of the American Legion Youth Programs at the national level are adhering to the law by being in the United States in a legal status prior to their participation, and is not intended to supersede or replace any official rules which are specifically established for operating or conducting a youth program of the American Legion at the national level. Resolution number 8 has the approval of the Americanism Commission and your subcommittee on resolutions, and I move for its adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 8. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Resolution number 8.
Commander, attached to the report of the Americanism Commission is Addendum A. I move the actions of the Americanism Commission become the actions of the National Executive Committee.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the actions of the National Americanism Commission become the actions of the National Executive Committee. Any discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, hearing none, motion carries unanimous consent. This time the chair recognizes Michael E. Walton of Illinois as chairman of the National Convention Commission for the purpose of a report.
Good day, Commander Oxford and members of the NEC. Although my written report is in your packets, I would like to touch on some highlights of our meeting. Department Commander Ken Queen, the president of the American Legion National Convention Corporation of Phoenix, gave an update on the progress for our up-and-coming 102nd National Convention in Phoenix, August 27th through September 2nd. The corporation, in tandem with the commission, recommends that due to physical distancing measures, the parade component will not take place in Phoenix. Additionally, we have heard from all past band participants, and due to the pandemic creating challenges with funding and rehearsing, the band contest will not take place in Phoenix as well. The Department of Arizona is ready to assist in all of our other endeavors. To assist in these endeavors, the commander and members of the NEC, we all must play a pivotal role to ensure we can meet in Phoenix and to create a safe national convention experience for all who attend. 2 items that we must adhere to in order for us to be able to meet are safety and flexibility. Safety is the utmost importance. I, along with Director Robinson and Deputy Director Watson, met with the Phoenix Special Event Review Committee to obtain initial approval. We did, in fact, receive our initial approval based on several contingencies. Now, keep in mind, if things start to get worse with COVID again, they have the right to come back and hold all the meetings. So nothing is 100% guaranteed, but we are hopeful the way the data is going and the progress being made, that things will absolutely make a positive turn for all for better. Nevertheless, those contingencies we have to follow are, number 1, the city of Phoenix accepts no liability and declines to indemnify anyone electing to attend this event. All attendees must sign a liability waiver to attend. We are working with the National Judge Advocate on creating this waiver, where we recommend each department adjutant sign for his or her entire delegation before coming to Phoenix. This will ensure anyone attending the National Convention has been vetted appropriately at the department level, and the adjutant has vouched for them with the waiver adhering to all restrictions and rules. For any distinguished guests, they too must sign a waiver before making plans to attend. The Phoenix Convention Center is government owned. The venue dictates the restrictions. We are prepared to handle them as long as we follow the rules. Our event is a private event, really, not open to the public. With the band contest and parade not happening this year, we also recommend that any ancillary type events like the job fair, where the public has been invited, not happen for this year. The National Convention for this year must be Legion family members only, along with invited distinguished guests. While we have had walk-in registrations in the past, those wanting to attend must pre-register with their respective department. Typically, walk-ins are mostly local, and we've had conversations with Adjutant Juarez and President Queen with the Convention Corporation of Arizona that walk-ins will not be granted for this year. Everyone must pre-register in advance with their department if they desire to come. My team and I are more than welcome and glad to do a virtual meeting with the adjutants to review all the restrictions and mandates if so needed. We all must lead by example. We all have a personal responsibility if we want to meet. Our word is our bond, and other cities talk. So in saying that, when other cities, when we have our national convention, they all know how good that convention is for that city. And that's why so many cities want to host our convention, is because our word has been our bond. The other thing, face coverings and masks must be worn at all times unless you're actively eating or drinking. So you can't be walking down the aisle with a bottle of water in your hand and your mask off saying, oh, I'm drinking. That won't work. Also, mask must be worn on stage and only removed on stage when you're at the lectern speaking. Our temperatures will be taken each day, along with them asking basic COVID questions. We're estimating this will take about 15 seconds per person. And if a person's temperature is 100.3 or below, then they will be provided a bracelet for that day for the attendee to wear on the wrist. If they lose the bracelet for that day, they'll have to be rescreened. If their temperature is 100.4 or above, they will have to sit in a controlled area for 10 minutes. Now, we're going into this city and we know how warm it is in Arizona in August. So that's why we're doing this. We're figuring people might be a little warm coming in. So after they had sit for the 10 minutes, a second temperature reading will be administered. If the second reading is 100.3 or below, then the attendee will be provided a bracelet for that day. If after the second screening and the attendee's temperature reading is once again 100.4 or higher, they cannot obtain entry unless he or she receives a negative COVID rapid test. Now, there'll be EMTs on site that will provide the options and the access. They'll be right there at these areas. If after your COVID rapid test is negative, along with all the other necessary screening questions, then they'll be allowed entry. If after your COVID rapid test is positive, you will be denied entry for the duration of the convention. Your registration credentials will be retained, and the EMT will provide the necessary medical steps telling the person what they need to do. The bottom line is, if after your second temperature reading and you still register 100.4 or higher, you have to take the COVID rapid test and it must come back negative, or you will not be allowed entry at all for the duration of the convention. By coming to the convention, you're taking the risk, cost, and personal responsibility. What we all may want to consider due to temperature checks and this location is a modified dress code on all days except the general session days. Keep in mind that the temperature checks could be administered at any venue, the restaurant, the shuttle, the airport, etc., at any time. We must also adhere to physical distancing in all areas of the convention center. In order to accomplish this, the auxiliary supports remaining in their own general session hall for the duration of the convention. If a political figure does attend, the auxiliary has communicated they will remain in their general session hall and we can stream the event to them. This will assist in ensuring we're in compliance for physical distancing. Additionally, there will be a maximum amount of people that can be in the exhibit hall at one time. This number will be determined as we get closer to August. We must also provide the messaging of the importance to wash our hands, abiding by the CDC guidelines for hand washing. We're also saying salute, don't shake. We must provide a clear message that no hugging, touching, or handshakes, no matter if you've been vaccinated or not. This is their restriction for now. You can salute, nod, elbow bump, or wave instead, but no hugging and no handshakes. We will provide a consistent message for communicating exact meeting details. It is to our benefit to delay the exact meeting room locations for all the meetings. At this time in our communication efforts, we will state the event as at the Phoenix Convention Center and the time only. The reason is things could change a lot from now until August 1, and this is where we all have to be flexible. If we communicate changes constantly throughout these next months, the confidence from our members will be lost and the trust gone. To do this, we are working with our wonderful media and communications team to craft messages so anyone attending understands the restrictions in place and it is a fluid situation. The National Commander, National President, and SAL National Commander have crafted public service announcement videos with creative sayings that as a Legion family, we must work together to adhere to all restrictions. One item in this advanced communication is that within 15 days of a person leaving for the convention, if you don't feel well or you have any COVID-19 symptom, it is your responsibility to not attend and possibly sit this one out. Don't come to convention if you are sick whatsoever. Also, at this time, we are sold out for the National Commanders Banquet. All of the department agents have been provided, if desired, a certain allotment of tickets to purchase. The Commanders Banquet entertainment this year is country music artist and U.S. Army veteran Craig Morgan. Two other larger events typically held at the National Convention are Anna Vickus and the PDCC, the Past Department Commanders Luncheon. I will share basic information, but will lean on past National Commander Comer for any additional remarks he has, if any. This year in Phoenix, Anna Vickus will be an invitation-only beverage reception for just those inductees. This will currently be held at the Sheraton Hotel at 4 p.m. on Sunday, August 29th. The Past Department Commanders Luncheon will be held currently at the Sheraton on Monday, August 30th, same time for now as normal, but will be limited to 400 persons, rounds of 4. There'll be more information coming from National shortly. Our headquarters hotel, the Sheraton, opened at the end of April. Just like around the country, the hotels and the travel tourist industry have lost over $766 billion since this started. With that, staffing may be reduced, and some hotels are just now opening back up. Some of those amenities and luxuries that we have known to receive from hotels may not be available as we were used to in the past. This is the norm now due to COVID across the board. For example, you probably won't have housekeeping unless you request it. Once again, this is where flexibility comes into play. I want to give you a comparison. As you may know, the NCAA Final Four was held in Indianapolis. They had to administer 28,000 COVID swabs per day to make that event happen. That was every person every day had to get tested. Phoenix at this time is not asking for that. All they're saying is simply wear a mask, physical distance, temperature check, and signed waivers. What they're asking us to do is nothing out of the norm that we have all been getting accustomed to since this thing started. We can meet, it will just look a little different. With the government building, and which the Phoenix Convention Center is, it's our responsibility, the American Legion, to handle the compliance implementations the Phoenix Convention Center's mandate and the city of Phoenix mandates. The convention center will have a compliance manager for our event to ensure people are wearing their masks, they're doing their physical distancing, and they're taking their temperatures and etc. The bottom line is at this time, we must wear face coverings and masks at all times in the venues. We must adhere to physical distancing. We must have our temperatures checked. We must sign waivers. Safety and flexibility will be the key. If someone does not agree with any of these, they need to sit this one out in Phoenix and return in 2022. This is the new norm, and for us to meet at this time, we need to comply. Ladies and gentlemen, our members want to meet and we need to meet, but we must be personally responsible in our efforts and comply with all restrictions. If you don't feel well or you don't want to comply, sit this one out. Phoenix wants us. The Department of Phoenix wants, our Department of Arizona, wants us. They do. They want us all to be safe in meeting, though. And we can certainly be flexible, have patience, and put the safety of our members first this year in order to meet. Remember, no touch or handshakes. And if you don't feel well, sit this one out. In other business of the Convention Commission, we received a resolution to approve the contract between the National Organization of the American Legion and the First District Convention Corporation in New Orleans for the dates of August 23rd through 29th, 2024 for the New Orleans National Convention. This was approved by the Convention Commission. One resolution was received and recorded by the Commission to host the 2027 108th Annual National Convention of the American Legion. This was from the Department of Missouri, supporting the city of Kansas City. We now have two cities that are bidding to host the 2027 108th National Convention. They are Columbus, Ohio, and Kansas City, Missouri. Our national conventions are now set through 2026, and I believe you have that in your handout. Phoenix this year, Milwaukee, Charlotte, New Orleans, Tampa Bay, and then Louisville. Ladies and gentlemen, as we progress into the future, we want to make sure we are relevant not only in our content, but also for our members. We are looking at reimagining the National Convention. Back in early 2020, the American Legion Auxiliary and Legion leadership met to discuss some opportunities for National Convention. Then COVID hit, and they weren't able to meet again until late December 2020. This is our time to enhance and excel our conventions, especially in light of other changes that are going on due to the pandemic. We want to collaborate more with our Legion family, with the American Legion, the Auxiliary, the Sons of the American Legion, and the Legion Riders. It is time to enhance our conventions to make it more engaging, create more experiences, provide more educational content, and make it more exciting for all to want to attend. Some of the items the National Convention Commission recommends updating on the request for proposal of changing some of the schematics of the convention, which they may not necessarily happen until 2027. However, we will try to incorporate little increments along the way. Some things we're looking at on Friday, we would move the community outreach project to Sunday. We'd have a new beginners workshop day, possibly every day of the convention, each and every day. The new beginners workshop, and then we would have a continuing education workshop. On Saturday, there would be no changes to the commission meetings. The change would be we would have a Legion family, everybody involved, kick off opening reception at 7 p.m. Saturday evening. Of course, the band contest would have to end by 6, and that's not a problem. So that would be a change for Saturday. On Sunday, there'd be no changes to the Anavicus or the chaplain's breakfast or the patriotic memorial service or the convention committee meetings. Sunday would be a community day. No more outdoor, indoor parades. This would be an opportunity for all the departments to host their department parties and their caucuses. Opportunity for the other events that go on, like the Four Corners, that's normally on Monday. They would move to Sunday, and we've talked to them about that, and they sound excited about it. So it would be another good day on Sunday for community outreach project, Sunday instead of Friday. Also an opportunity for all the attendees to participate in a community day activity, and an opportunity for the community and local veterans to attend our exhibit hall. Monday, our pre-NEC would remain the same, but our general sessions would start at 2 p.m. on Monday. The PDCC may need to end earlier than normal, but we think all this can work out. Tuesday, there would be no changes. The National Commanders Banquet would still happen. And on Wednesday, we would have our election and general session, and it would be our last day. So the auxiliary president states dinner would be replaced by a Legion family new leadership closing reception, where all of our attendees could meet all of our new leadership that are just going into office for the coming American Legion family year. Thursday morning, the post NEC would start at 9 a.m. versus in the afternoon. And that would be the departures for the majority, and there'd be one day less on the convention. We have had a lot of discussions with the SAL National Commander and Staff Liaison, and they are on board with these efforts. Additionally, we had special guests, Linda Boone, National Secretary for the American Legion Auxiliary, and Kelly Circle, Executive Director for the American Legion Auxiliary, join our Convention Commission meeting. They too support this endeavor and effort to reignite our conventions. Ladies and gentlemen, like we have always done, we do what is best for the American Legion and will work with our family counterparts to enhance our national conventions, to make them more engaging, interactive, by providing memorable experiences while still getting the good work done of the American Legion family. All of us look forward to seeing everyone in Phoenix, but always remember safety first. Commander and members of the NEC, that concludes my report. Thank you for allowing me to serve.
Commander, motion to receive and file report of the Convention Commission with the exception of one addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report of the National Convention Commission with the exception of one addendum. Any discussion? I'd like to call on NEC David Carlson.
Yes, we have a lot of information there. And I haven't received anything yet regarding the convention. Do I expect to have any written information soon? I haven't received any information on the convention yet. Do I expect to receive some written information soon?
Can we ask Chairman Walton to address that question?
Yes, sir. I believe, yes, there'll be information that's going to be going out. It's all forthcoming. And we, as I mentioned in our remarks, we also would be willing to meet with all of the department adjutants at their convenience, if that will help also. But there'll be information forthcoming from our convention office. Once we got through all of the meetings this week, that information will be coming out really quickly, we hope. We're really looking forward to having a great convention in Phoenix.
Any further discussion or questions?
Yes.
Yes, Commander.
I'd like to recognize PNC Jake Comer.
Yes, I just want to make it very specific in regards to the Anna Vickers breakfast. There'll be no breakfast, but there will be a reception at 4 p.m. on Sunday for the Anna Vickers Executive Committee and all those that are going to be sworn in and get their regalia. There'll be a small reception, no food, but a few drinks for libation. But it's 4 o'clock on Sunday for all of those that will be sworn in, plus the Executive Committee of Anna Vickers. Thank you.
That's correct, Commander, and that will be held at the Sheraton Hotel, sir.
Yes, thank you.
I'd also like to recognize NEC John Knox.
Yes, thank you, Commander. I got two questions. First question is, are the delegations from the departments going to be reduced this year? And the second question is, in the meeting rooms, is there going to be a limitation on the size of how many people can go in a meeting room? Thank you.
Chairman
Walton? Yes, if I may, Commander, you will have your normal delegations. And there could be a limitation and spacing, obviously, in the meeting rooms. That's why we're not going to assign the actual rooms for the meetings until August 1st, as we believe that things are going to get better on COVID between now and August 1. So all the meetings will be held, unless otherwise indicated, at the Phoenix Convention Center. And we're going to let the times out, and that it's going to be at the Phoenix Convention Center. But we're not going to send out the actual locations of the meetings. But again, there has to be physical distancing.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to recognize Past National Commander Comer.
Well, that part of that question came up at a previous meeting, so I just want to make it very clear. There'll be no change in the call-ins. Long as you all remain very loyal to the team, there'll be no changes to the number of call-ins.
Thank you, Commander. I'd like to recognize NEC from Louisiana, Charles Alcorn.
Thank you, Commander. I just got a question for the chairman about the commander's banquet. It said that allocations have already been done for the tickets, and haven't heard anything here in Louisiana about it. So I was just wondering how that's been done through the ads in this office, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir. All of the department adjutants have been given their allotment of tickets for the National Commanders Banquet.
Okay,
Thanks, Chairman.
thanks.
Any other discussion or questions? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. Unanimous consent.
Addendum A. The National Executive Committee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second that the actions of the Convention Commission becomes the action of the National Executive Committee. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries unanimous consent. Next, we have the National Adjutant announcements. The chair recognizes Daniel Wheeler of Virginia for announcements.
Mr. Commander, there are no announcements except that the NEC will reconvene at 11 o'clock tomorrow Eastern Daylight Time.
Thank you. At this time, I would entertain a motion for the NEC to go into executive session.
Second.
Pretty good. He's faster than I am. Commander, I move the National Executive Committee go into executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second that the National Executive Committee go into executive session. Is there any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries. For the executive session, members of the National Executive Committee who are speaking for their department may stay online. Alternates who are not representing their department as a sole spokesperson on the NEC must leave. Vice National Commanders may stay. National officers may stay. Chairman of the Finance Commission and the Internal Affairs Commission may stay, and the operational staff. All others are requested to terminate the link. We will take a 5-minute recess and reconvene in 5 minutes.